Hi guys, I hope everybody is doing good and preparing well for the exams. I am back here with another marathon, this time on the subject of strategic management. So I hope this marathon is going to guide you to do your revisions as to whatever is necessary. We have lined up all the marathons, so I hope you're watching all of those and making the most of those. A subject like strategic management requires good amount of conceptual understanding and then it has to be revised properly. So I hope you have done your preparation well, so that now see, this only is going to be a revision. As you know, I give disclaimers before the marathon sessions, generally for both CA and CMA. A lot of people today are straight away dependent on these marathons, and they are like, okay, let me watch the marathon and I will go ahead and finish my entire preparation. So before I go further, I just want to give you a very sweet warning, that doing the marathon alone is not going to take you anywhere, but definitely it is going to be of great help in boosting up the revision session speed. That I can definitely guarantee. If you know the subject, you've studied it once, and then you want to revise the whole subject, because if you're trying to understand things through the marathon, it might sometimes be difficult. Though people in the past have told that, sir, if we just did the marathon, went to the exam, and it turned out to be great. But I would not want somebody to take this as an example, because that may not work for everybody. And in that case, unnecessarily at the end of the day, you will only be putting more pressure on yourself. And since this is something which is there for 40 marks, it's worthwhile that we spend decent amount of time in understanding what the concepts are. The revision or the marathon session is only for a guide. You can use this now. I will also tell you, like I told you, even in data analytics, here also I would want to tell you that if you have done the revision completely once and you want to use a marathon to go through everything, yeah, you can straight away go along with the video, and this material what I'm showing you on screen will be available for you to refer through quickly. You can make handwritten notes while doing the marathon. That's the best I suggest. And to go through over the phone or something like that, you can always use the PDF that we share in the description of the same material that I write here. Apart from this, if you're trying to revise alongside the marathon, what I suggest you to do is to keep the main material along with you. Keep the main material along with you. Listen to the revision concept and run through it, so that you will be afresh with the topic. Then go to the main material, run through the content inside that, because I'm obviously not going to do it line by line. So there, whatever points are there, what you want to read and understand, one plain reading of that will also help you to speed up the process. So you can revise that way also. Using the marathon, doing the revision will be the ideal way to do. Or if you've already revised, using the marathon. No, sir, I've not done anything. I'm going to sit only with this marathon and finish off my strategic management by not touching the book, by not doing anything, by just listening to this 4 hours or 5 hours, whatever it comes to. I can't guarantee you the complete outcomes. Okay, so that is a plain and simple disclaimer. Apart from that, I don't want to waste time. So let's straight away get into the story. Strategic management is split into 4 chapters, right? So, first one talking about the introduction to strategic management, then we will talk about strategic analysis, implementation, and finally, formulation and implementation. And finally, we have a digital strategy. So, right now, the era of digitization, how do we go for a digital strategy and all of that also, we will try and revise. So, we'll split the entire story into multiple parts. Uh, Take ample breaks. I'd keep telling you to take break, because doing anything and everything continuously, I'd sit for 4 hours or 5 hours, finish once and for all, right? I'll be done with this, should not be the idea. So ensure whatever timeline, because you see, even I'm not, I'm just saying 4 5, or what, it can be done in 3 3.5 also. I'm not really on the time here, I'm going by the concepts. Okay, so let's start by discussing the strategic management's story. Even before we get to strategic management definition, first let us try and understand these two words: what is strategy and what is management. So when you ask what is strategy, strategy is a action plan. What is strategy? Strategy is a action plan. It is a long range blueprint. Normally, it is considered to be the long range blueprint, something that we will not think of achieving today, tomorrow, day after, and all that. It is a long range blueprint of an organization's desired image, direction, and destination. Three words: image, direction, and destination. Now, what do you mean by an image? See, every organization would like to achieve something, keeping something in their mind. They would like to achieve something. This is what we are willing to achieve through this, like that. Yeah. And direction. To achieve that, they have to do something. You can't suddenly achieve something, right? So you have an image in your mind, there is a road what takes you there, and ultimately you reach some place called the destination, which is where, now like say you want to become a cost accountant, that is just an idea in your mind. You have an image. To do that through the exams, foundation, inter, final, like that, levels are there, and then the ultimate destination of becoming a cost accountant. So like that, it is a long range blueprint. And in this case specifically, we are not talking about you or me. We are talking about a organization. So therefore, it is a long range blueprint of an organization's desired image, direction, and destination. Then talking about what exactly another definition of strategy could be, we will come down to another definition. We'll discuss competitive advantage in a while, because that is what ultimately we have to get at. Strategy, I'll write another definition for what strategy is. It is nothing but goal directed actions. Strategy is nothing but a goal directed. Strategy is about goal directed actions. So you're doing something whereby you are driven by the goal directed actions, as to who are there, why you are there, and what you want to do. Now, please understand, when you are there, you alone won't be there, no? There will be competitors. So, in relation to competitors, what should you do to gain and sustain a superior performance? That superior performance will lead to what is called as competitive advantage. Okay, what are we saying? Strategy is about goal directed actions taken by a firm, goal directed actions taken by a firm for doing what? Taken by a firm to gain two things. Now you have to gain two things here, not one. Gain and sustain, because if you are gaining it, the so-called competitive advantage, it will vanish very quickly. To gain and sustain a competitive advantage in relation to your competitors. You want to get something more. So what do you mean by competitive advantage? We say that you have to either perform different activities compared to your competitors, or perform the same activities that are being performed by competitors but in a different way. That is only called as competitive advantage. What can bring you competitive advantage? Sell the same product maybe at a lesser price. You can do that. Or sell the product with same features but you can charge high prices, or at a lesser price, or the same product can be sold at a different market, through a different channel. Like that, there are multiple ways of gaining competitive advantage. Going forward in the subject, we can see how to get that. But the whole exercise that we do is to try and achieve that competitive advantage only. So this is the first part of our discussion as to what exactly a strategy is. See, a firm's competitive advantage is always relative. Remember that competitive advantage is a relative term. This is a relative term. And when you say relative term, sir, what do you mean by relative term? That means which is in comparison with others. And I think in economics, you studied something like the relative absolute, right? So here it is a relative term, not an absolute term. Okay, remember this. This could be a very important point for you to understand the whole topic, because we are always saying whether we are better than the competitors or not in comparison to some competitors. Okay, so there are multiple strategies that can be put in: pricing strategy, um, then alliance strategy, operational strategy. What do you do? So there are so many strategies. Your brand strategy, marketing strategy. Nowadays we have digital or IT strategy. All these are various type of strategies that are being employed. So that is what strategy and strategic actions are, which are leading to a competitive advantage. Okay, let us move on to the next word that makes up strategic management, which is called as management. What do you mean by management? Before I discuss that, I would like to make a mention of couple of more points about strategy. Strategy is a very old term. Somewhere around 500 BC, they pulled off this term, which means these words have originated in the war context of a war. You know how a war works, right? Somebody will be there who leading the situation. So like that, somebody who's a army general or a major general, we call, no, like that, somebody, the generalship, somebody who can take that responsibility. uh, that exactly meant the meaning of the word strategia, which is a Greek word, and which means leadership or generalship. Okay, so using that, what can you do and what can you do differently from others? How are you doing the same task what others are doing in a more simplistic manner, or how are you doing it in a more different manner? What are you gaining by doing that? Like that, there are various points that one has to figure out in this context, right? Then going by the next point, let's move to management. So what about management? I think you have heard enough about this word management, because management represents two things. Like, say, for example, in educational institutions, you would have heard the word management being spoken about in the context of people. They'll say, talk to the management. That means, what are they referring to when they say talk to management? They're asking you to talk to some set of people. Those set of people who are the key group of individuals, key group of persons in an organization. They are called as the management. So, it is a management's decision, right? Now, like, say, I think we are a cricket friendly nation, so generally you'll see all this cricket news, they keep on saying in that it was management decision to send somebody up the order, it was management decision to drop that player from the team. So when they say management, what management means in this context is they're referring to a key group of people, they're referring to a key group of individuals or key group of people. Management also has another definition called as set of interrelated functions. Management has a set of interrelated functions. Five functions are there, all of which are interrelated: planning, organizing, staffing, leading, or control. Okay, planning, organizing, staffing, leading, or control. All these, control means taking corrective action, staffing is putting the right person in the right place, uh, planning is about deciding a future course of an action. I don't think I have to explain you all these five words. You should be by now well aware of these five words, right? Doing all these interrelated function together, the act of doing all of them together is also called as management. Okay, so what is strategy? How does it lead to competitive advantage? And what is management? Okay, these are the couple of points that I've discussed. I want you to just run through those two definitions quickly so that I can put up my strategic management definition on place. And after understanding what strategic management is, we will also go and talk about what are the three levels at which now what are the three areas in which we need strategies. Okay, I'll follow up all that, but all I want you to do right now is quickly run through these two things: strategy and management. Guys, you, one more thing I would want to tell you, because this is the first point where I'm breaking this down. Whenever I like what, whenever I give time to revise and bringing the content on the full screen and all of that, I'll obviously continue, because this is a marathon for me. For what you can do is you can always have a decision to pause, and wherever throughout the marathon, wherever you feel like, let me pause and take a minute and understand something and come back, you're free to do that. There's no compulsion that you have to finish this along with me. Okay, and one more point is, whenever I say revise, it'll be like, anyway this fellow will continue, so let me also continue. Don't have that attitude. When I say revise and when I give you that time, put me on hold, go back to the material, run through whatever it is. Even if you have understood it, take three more 3 to 5 seconds extra, read again and continue, no problem, but do that. Towards the end of this, you will appreciate yourself so much for doing it. Okay, you need not appreciate me on this effort, because I know this has helped so many people in the past. This will help you also. All right, just take it from me and listen to me carefully. Okay, so on that note, please revise both the definitions of strategy and management. We'll then continue further. All right, guys, I hope you have gone through that. Let us move on to having a small discussion on a very important point which channels the entire flow of this chapter. Now, you can see that very clearly that the word strategy we have discussed is giving us a couple of very important things: what to do and how to do, right? So, within what parameters should you do? This is a very, very important concept in the entire concept of strategic management. Why should we manage? If everything is abundantly available and if everything can be done in a way we want, or whatever way we could be able to do it, we don't need all this drama, no? Hmm? We would be doing this only because, see, we need something if it was abundant supply, and we will always be able to get it. We need not manage, we can just use it. But the point is, like, say for example, in an exam you have only 3 hours time. You have 3 hours, that is why you have to manage writing within 3 hours. If somebody gives you endless, write for 6 hours, no problem. So you can always write endlessly till you finish. You can always do it. So what I would now want to bring you to understand is strategy sets two things of an organization, and that too because one of the important words called resources: men, material, money, machinery, market. Remember the 5 M's, the resources that we have. Let me bring that on your screen there. Uh, so strategy is talking about two things. Strategy gives you a direction, and strategy also gives you the scope for the organization. What does it give? Strategy gives the direction and scope of the organization for a long-term configuration of, configuration means your establishment and understanding of the resources. And what about resources? How are the resources? These resources are limited. These resources are limited. If only these resources were abundant, then we need not have this challenge of managing them or doing something, and all of that is not required, right? What we will be doing only is directly going and using the resources. If resources are over, again you will get resources because they are abundant. But life is not like that. It is not that peaceful. Resources are not abundant and ever available like that. Resources are scarce in nature, and since resources are scarce in nature, that is exactly where we need to pull off this entire story. Okay, men, material, money, machinery, and market, the 5 M's, right, which are called as the resources. The 5 M's, which are the resources, they are limited in nature. And now that they are limited, how to use these scarce productive resources in the most proper manner. And also these resources are available from where? We are drawing these resources from the environment. And the bigger question is, how is this environment? This environment is ever changing, which is a dynamic environment. Here dynamic means what is dynamic? Ever changing. Not only changing, ever changing. It's infinitely dynamic. So till when will it change? Will it change and stop? No, it won't change and stop. It will keep going on like that. And then it's a long term configuration of men, material, money, machinery, market in a changing environment. That too to fulfill stakeholder expectations. Our stakeholders are there. I hope everybody knows the word stakeholders. Stakeholders is a larger word than shareholders. Uh, Government, employees, our competitors, customers, lot of creditors, that is from where you purchase and all of that, all those people make up to stakeholders. The outside world, people whoever are there, like say media, other people there. So all stakeholders, are they equally important? No. So that is why we have to understand what the stakeholders expectations are and live up to the expectations of each one of them. So this is what strategy is, and the real reason why you need a strategy, right? If I know how to get that other batsman out, I'll straight away bowl the delivery and get him out. I don't need to strategize, right? So like that here also, strategy is to ensure that you get the right setting for doing these things. Okay, so it's a simple analogy of expectation. Now, before I proceed further as to what strategic management is, I would want you to understand a very important discussion on which levels of the organization require strategy. Now, first of all, how many levels are there in the organization? 3 levels, right? Normally, every organization has how many levels? 3 levels. What are the 3 levels? Corporate level, business level, and functional level. Corporate levels in the organization, you can see that corporate level, business level, or functional level. Now, if you from there pick up what exactly do, which level does the strategy apply to, you can clearly say I've marked and kept all levels. At which level strategy is required? Strategy is required at all levels. At which level strategy is required? It is required at all levels. Corporate level is also known as strategic level or top level. Business level is also known as managerial level, tactical level, middle level. Uh, Functional level is one of the most important levels of the organization because that's where the entire work happens. Functional level or operational level, shop floor or the baseline or base level, and the lower levels of the organization. So all these are the various levels that are there in the organization that uh, requires strategies making, right? So various levels of the organization, corporate, business, and functional. And a simple point to understand is that strategy making is done in all levels. So what is corporate strategy, what is business strategy, and what is functional strategy? Everybody should know these three definitions. Now when you talk about functional, what functions are we talking about? There are five business functions that we generally talk about. Five fingers together make up a business like that: the finance, marketing, HR, production, inventory management, all five put together, that's what makes up a business. They are called as business functions. And at functional level, all these five are the functions that are normally done. Now, one thing that you need to understand is I wrote here, see, ancillary. Ancillary means additional, is R&D, the research and development. What research and development? R&D is such a function that not everybody prefers to do. Sir, why? It's not that everybody prefers to do or something like that. Some people don't have the budget to do it. Some people don't know what to do in R&D. So like that, it depends on what are the what is the activity behind all of this? So research and development is a ancillary or additional function, but the other five are quite common. So some businesses are there where inventory won't be there. It's not like inventory won't be there, just that physically we might not maintain as if it's a inventory doesn't need to mean always a stock and go down or something like that. So for IT business, the software code that they write and the software that they make, that itself is an inventory. So basically inventory is a stock of something. It's not necessary that this only has to be called as inventory. So all these five functions which together make up a business, they all are being done at the functional level. Okay, now question is again the same: which level requires a strategy? Answer is clear: all three levels require a strategy. So in an organization, to sum up, how many strategies will be there? You will have a corporate strategy. What all will you have? You will have a corporate strategy. And what does it talk about? The corporate strategy talks about, so the first thing that we will have is called a corporate strategy. And corporate strategy talks about the overall purpose and scope of an organization. What does it talk about? Overall purpose and scope of an organization. Next one is called business strategy. Corporate strategy, then business strategy. What is business strategy? This time here we are talking about specific markets in business. Various people are there at various, like say there is a big group. Sometimes all the business of that group may not compete with some, like say for example Reliance and Tata are competitors, where Reliance and Tata on the name are not competitors. No, some one business of Reliance might be a competition for some other business of Tata. So like that, at business level, what strategy do you need? So how to compete successfully in specific markets, how to how to compete how to compete in specific markets or in specific businesses. That's what is called how to compete successfully in specific markets. That's what is called business strategy. Now I think functional strategy, I think all of you know. Now only we discuss about all the five resources: how to acquire, use and dispose these resources in the most productive manner so that it gets you a competitive advantage. Okay, resources, processes, people, whatever you call at that level, a strategy that will help you in sir, can you put it in even more simpler terms? Yes, I can. It is called optimal utilization of resources. Functional strategy, sir, what is functional strategy concerned with? You tell me that. Functional strategy is concerned with acquiring, using and disposing, acquiring, using and disposing the resources. In your book you will find it: resources, processes and people acquiring, using, and disposing the resources, process, and people in the most effective manner. That is, in an effective and efficient manner. Clear? So these are the three types of strategy. Okay, guys, I think we are about 20 minutes into the session, this topic. So I want all of you to put me on hold here, run through and revise whatever I've discussed till now very quickly, because then I'm going to follow it up with the definition of what strategic management is. Okay, so there's a hierarchy of strategy: corporate first, followed by business, and then by functional strategies. Concept of strategy management: the use of strategy at all levels, what are the levels in the organization, and these three strategies. Please go through all of the topics till here, and then we will quickly continue the definition of strategic management. Come on. Done, guys. I hope you have gone through that. Let us now get back to the main story of strategic management. Let us see the definition. Let me bring that up on your screen. Strategic management. What is strategic management all about? Strategic management talks about 5 points. As usual, I think all of you have revised this very well. First one: strategic management definition goes by saying it is a managerial process of. What do you mean by managerial process? Where managers are involved. Strategic management is a sequence of steps where managers are involved. Strategic management is a managerial process of creating a vision, creating a vision setting up of objectives, creating a vision, setting up of objectives, crafting a strategy. Vision means what? Vision means what? Objectives are what? All that we will see in detail as we go into the chapter. But strategic management starts by what? Creating a vision, then followed by setting objectives. Vision is a thought. Vision is a thought. We can't extend the, what do you say, vision. We can't keep the vision as a vision only and achieve it, because I want to become a cost accountant. I want to score so much. I want to score 400 or 800. That's not going to just make you a cost accountant, right? So in each subject, how much you have to score, which is your good subject, which is another subject you want to balance. Each subject has a minimum requirement. So like that, the vision, whatever is there, that you want to become a cost accountant, ultimately has to be converted into numbers. Ultimately, it has to be converted into some types of numbers. So vision will be broken down into mission. Mission will be broken down into objectives. Objectives will later have some qualities. So what qualities do objectives have? Objectives are having 5 qualities basically. Okay, also, I mean, let's say 6, but 5 are an acronym: SMART: specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely; SMART and understandable. So totally 6 qualities are there. Going forward, I will explain to you. Crafting a strategy. Crafting means is an exercise of putting an idea on paper, right? Not drafting. See, drafting means writing some answer. That we are not talking about drafting here. We're talking about crafting. Craft normally is a skill. What is craft? Craft is a skill that we can exhibit using writing and all of that, right? So that is why we call it as a crafting a strategy. Then implementing a strategy. Okay, creating a vision, setting up of objectives, crafting a strategy, implementing the strategy. Implementing is putting into action. The actions can go right, actions can go wrong. So what is the next thing that we will do? If at all something goes right, fantastic. But if something goes wrong, we take corrective action. Taking corrective action whenever necessary. This is the 5-step strategic management process. It is an undisputed one of the best processes on book for corporate planning and all that. You don't have to by heart this definition, but if you can remember this, because I don't think they'll ask you to write anything of this sort. But yeah, this is a fundamental for the entire subject. It is a whole thing, because now we are going to discuss little more about vision, mission, objectives, and all of that. So thereby, creating a vision, setting up objectives, crafting a strategy, implementing that strategy, and then taking corrective actions is what strategic management is all about. Okay, then moving further, guys, what are the 4 parts of strategic management? Let me number them down for you. Very important. Strategic management starts, see, blindly on one fine day you establish the vision, next day you went to achieve that and you finished it. That's not how it works. Okay, so here it goes by you establishing a vision, And after that, before crafting a strategy, you have to do a thorough environmental scanning. This chart I want all of you to remember, because this is how strategic management basically works. Okay, so that is the first part. Environmental scanning. What is it? Environmental scanning. Then followed by step number 2, strategy formulation. Strategy formulation. Environment. Step number 1, environmental scanning. Step number 2, strategy formulation. Step number 3, putting that strategy into action, that is implementation. And 4, evaluation and control. 4 is what? Evaluation and control. So strategic management is nothing but a 4-step process here. First, by of course 5-step process, the 4 stages. After setting vision, mission, objectives are scan the environment thoroughly, where we have your pestle analysis, political, economic, technological, socio-cultural, legal, all these aspects be scrutinized. Then micro, macro analysis will be done. Strategy will be formulated. Strategy will be implemented, and then certain aspects whichever need correction. Sir, but how will you know where correction is needed? That is exactly where we talk about evaluation. Evaluation is a step whereby we will find out what is right, what is wrong. Are you Evaluation is a simple question, ma, like after you write exam we'll evaluate the papers? No, same way here we are asking that question. Are we achieving what we set out to achieve? Desired achievement understanding is there or not? Like that we are going to try and get to the story here. This is what is about strategic management's 4 stages. What is it? Environmental scanning, strategy formulation, strategy implementation, where you put things into action, and evaluation is about getting the answer of what you want. And then control, which means taking corrective actions. Okay, now very important topic is coming up, as to aligning strategy with vision, mission and culture of the organization. So before we do that, we are going to answer of simple terms. What do you mean by the word vision? Vision is answering the question, where are we going? In simple terms, vision is about where are we going. It talks about destination. Vision talks about what? A destination. Where are we now and where are we going? A destinational aspect. Who we are, what we do, our present business scope, who we are and what do we do, why are we here, okay, the purpose. So present scope and purpose are discussed by the concept of called as mission. So I want all of you to re-understand these two words very clearly, vision and mission. Okay, there is a question that is there in the book as to why you should have a good vision, the benefits of having a vision, because it's inspiring, exhilarating. It tells you where to go, how much risk to take, is it worth doing it all, after doing it all will we reach the right space or not. Vision should be customer oriented, and vision helps in creating an identity for yourself. So like this, there are certain things as to why you need a vision. Please go through that question. There, like it's called benefits of having a vision. Don't forget that. That could be an exam question. uh, and then mission is about present business scope, as I told you here, who we are, what do we do, why are we here, the purpose explains. All these things are explained in the mission. In simple term, mission is nothing but the role played by the organization in the society right now. What the organization is up to, it is nothing but the role played by the organization in the society right now, what the organization is all about doing it. Mission statements will simplify and explain the vision statement. While vision can be a larger term thing, mission will be a, I'm not saying mission be short term, not like that. Vision is a very long term thing. But for you to become, like, say, I'll take the same example that I give in the regular class. There we I don't want to explain the entire thing here, but at least I want all of you to recollect that example. Like, if you want to become a cost accountant, it's not a 1 day process, but your vision of becoming a cost accountant is by clearing various levels, right? Like right now you are doing a mission inter. Right now, your mission is inter. You're not bothered about foundation because you cleared it. You're not bothered about final because you have not gone there. Right. So basically, right now, what are we targeting and talking about? All that focus is only to deal with present business scope. Okay, so this is all the story of vision and mission, and the strategic management definition. So please take a clearer look, and from where we've discussed these 2 points, I want you to corporate strategy, business strategy, functional strategy. I think everybody clear. followed by strategic management's definition and the four step. This is the most important thing, guys. Here I'm putting a star right now. Strategic management's four step. Okay, then after you done with this, I will discuss what is the definition of culture, culture and its four layers. Come on, please go through this quickly. All right, guys, I hope you have gone through. So let me bring this back here. Let us now move on to what we are talking about as the culture. Culture now is blended into the organization. If you need something to go well in the organization, culture is another very important aspect of how we deal things, right? So we have seen vision and mission. Let's bring in the definition of what do you mean by organizational culture. Now, for everybody to understand and keep it simple, what exactly is organizational culture? See, culture is some deeply rooted values. Organization culture. What do you mean by culture? Culture basically is a very broad term. Nobody can explain culture in one line and say this is what culture is, right? Culture is a mix of several things. Culture is about, in simple terms, if you want me to put it up, what exactly is culture? Let us call it as the basic assumptions and beliefs. What is culture? Culture is the basic assumptions. There is a very important question in this topic, guys, that is four layers of culture, which I'm going to discuss, plus one more small point is there which talks about how culture can map up to the strategy. These are the 2 points that we are going to cover now, right? So basic assumptions and beliefs. Now here normally culture in the organizational context is basic assumptions and beliefs of people within the organization. If it is a society, then it is society at large. Anybody, whatever we have been believing from long time, that becomes our culture, right? So organizational culture is nothing but the basic assumptions and beliefs, like something that we do without asking, sir, are you calling it superstition? I can give you any names for that. Values, beliefs, the way we do things, and some things that are called as taken for granted. Now we'll ask, no, some people, "Arey, have you taken me for granted?" What I, matlab, people believe that this is fine, this can be taken for granted, this can be done like this. So when they believe that, that is when that becomes a regular culture. So organizational culture is about all the basic assumptions and beliefs, and then we are moving forward to discuss. This could be an exam question, guys. This can always be asked as to what are the layers four layers of culture. What are the four layers? Very easy to remember. One, values. Two, beliefs. Values, what do you uphold as your values? Then what are your beliefs? Values are what do you uphold, like, yeah, this is what I believe in, this is what I take it for, or I should do good. What normally, see, sometimes people don't think twice even in cheating somebody. So that is their ethical value, or that is their understanding of how they can, we can cheat somebody and still live on. If that is their feeling, that much values they have. Somebody is like, no, even if we are not making money out of it, this should not be out of demeaning somebody, or this should not be out of a loss to somebody. Somebody's loss being my gain is not something that I long for. Nobody said you should do like this or like that. See, ethics, no, they are more about morals. They are more about the values. Values means what you uphold. That is the story. Second one is beliefs. Beliefs is a belief system, what you go by strongly. What have you believed in the past? What are you believing now? What will you believe in future? So these kind of things, no, they define what sort of a person you will become in the long run. Values, beliefs, and then your behavior. Values, beliefs, and behavior. And the fourth one, the very important thing called as taken for granted assumptions. Taken for granted assumptions. These people though will be doing like this only. So they already believe that, yeah, you have it is taken care. So like, say, if I go to my relative's house, they will behave like this only, taken for granted. This is the core of a culture. See, culture comes from that only. Somebody, like, it depends on basic things, some in some places. I'll tell you one simple example, as simple as serving tea. Some people serve in a steel glass, some people serve in a what do you say, glass. Some people serve in a disposable. Sir, what is the point? Everywhere tea is only being served. No, that is exactly what the idea behind that is. It's a taken for granted assumption. This fellow's okay, even if we are giving in a disposable cup. But for these people, they might want to drink it only in the steel glass. Sir, it's so simple. Yeah, exactly. Such simple things only build up a culture, right? And when lots of people are working in an organism, so it's a set of assumptions, no, a paradigm, like basically to paradigm is a set of assumptions, the thought, okay, these people are doing like this, it's taken for a granted assumption, right? So all these four put together builds in or blends in a culture, right? Two things, culture is a driver of the strategy. Managing culture becomes the most important thing. Does culture have an influence on strategy? Yes. All these four so-called values that you wrote here, the values of the culture that you have to uphold, these values, what is the influence on strategy? Do they have an influence on strategy? Of course, they have an influence on strategy. What is the influence that it has on strategy? Two things. One, we have to establish some ways to manage culture. Managing culture, and understand culture is the driver of the strategy. Culture is the driver. It will decide whether the strategy will work or not. Culture, the driver of a strategy. Okay, so this is the story of organizational culture. Small story, but very important. What are the 3 points that we discussed? Vision, mission. As part of vision, mission, I'm going to discuss goals and objectives right now. While before I discuss goals and objectives, I want all of you to understand there is something called as ethics and ethical behavior. Right? Let me discuss what exactly ethics are. See, in simple things, if organizational culture has to be upheld, and organizational culture is an important aspect of an organization, then ethics are nothing but the values that uphold this culture, right? So it is, in other words, nothing but a formal way of how a business conducts itself. That is what is called as ethical behavior. And to promote ethical behavior in an organization, the business should encourage people by drafting what is called as a code of ethics, right? So here I am just putting it up so that you know you will later. Just a small paragraph is there. I would want you to go ahead and revise that. Ethical behavior. Sir, what about ethical behavior in organization? Yes, to follow ethical behavior is to follow. See, now normally this has to come naturally to people, but nowadays they don't do it naturally. So, what is the next best thing that you'll do? You put a code of ethics so that compulsorily you will be, I'm not saying forced to, but compulsorily you will adhere to this, to follow code of ethics. What is code of ethics? Code of ethics is a list of all the points that have been crafted to say that this is exactly what you're supposed to do in terms of the organizational behavior, how you spend time in the organization, how you talk to your fellow employees, how you are not for everything there is a particular code in the organization and how you are following that, right? This ethical behavior, this only will strengthen, okay, that underlie the vision statement. Ethical behavior underlay the vision statement. Okay, that is how it works. It underlays the vision statement. This is what ethical behavior is all about. Now I'm going to discuss two words, guys: goals and objectives, both of which are something that you should be very familiar with. What are goals? Goals are closed-ended attributes. I would like you to remember two words. Goals are closed-ended attributes. Let me put that for you. Goals are closed-ended attributes. Specific outcome. What is that you would want to achieve as a specific outcome? They can be expressed precisely, right? Like say qualifying group 1, group 2 are goals, precise. I gave you this example in the regular class. I want all of you to remember, like becoming a cost accountant is your vision. Scoring number of marks, 40 in something, 45 in something, 50 in something, 60 in something, those numbers, you can always play around with the numbers. That is why they're called performance targets, which turn out to be eventually objectives. Objectives are performance targets, right? So let me write both those for you. Goals are what? Precise outcomes. When you roll a dice, you will get precise outcomes. Between 1 to 6, one number will come, a precise outcome. You remember back in school, you studied the story of a probability. When you roll a dice 1 by 6, when you toss a coin 1 by 2, when you draw a card 1 by 52, when you draw a color card 1 by 26, when you draw a particular suit 1 by 13, like that you learn precise outcomes. I'm not again saying, so probability and preciseness are not the words to go in the same line. But I'm saying, yeah, you know an outcome. 4 plus 3 is 7. You know a sure shot outcome is there. Precise outcome, which are closed-ended attributes. You can't change group 1 and group 2, right? You can only change the marks that you want to get. So if you're, sorry, this is my favorite subject, I'll get 60 here. This is not so comfortable for me, I'll get 40 here. I'm not saying you should do that. You should never do that. I'm just saying that is up to you. You can decide, because they are your performance targets, which are called as objectives. Objectives are performance targets. And performance targets are open-ended attributes, which means they change from time to time. Obviously, today I'm not feeling well, so it will have an impact on my performance. Today I'm feeling very well, I might perform better, right? So closed-ended and open-ended attributes are objectives and goals. Now, there are some characteristics that objectives have. Objectives have 6 characteristics. This is one of the most important topics from this concept. Characteristics of objectives. That could be a straight question in the exam. Characteristics of objectives. 6 are there, and I will call them as 5 plus 1. Sir, what is 5 plus 1? So these characteristics are termed as SMART: specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely, plus understandable. Okay. So how should objectives be? Objectives should be specific. Objectives should be measurable. There is a comparison little later in the chapter between smart go objectives and fast objectives. FAST. Fast means not just the speed alone here. There is a comparison. I will do that for you little later. Specific, measurable, attainable. Attainable means set objectives which are easy to achieve for you, something that you can attain. Don't set, don't stand on earth and think of walking on the moon and all. That is not going to happen like that. Put something that is attainable. With the set of resources that you have, can you attain something? Objectives should be relevant to you. You are in the stream of commerce. You can't set objectives that are related to science. So like that, if you are in a particular business, what is that business doing, and how should the objectives of that business be relevant? And most importantly, they should be within a time frame or timely. I will achieve this objective within 4 months, 6 months, and when you don't do that, then it can be something that will slip away from you. And most importantly, objective should be something that is understandable. Whoever is achieving that objective, for them it should be understandable. So let me give you a whole story here, guys, so that you can take a complete look. Organizational culture, its 4 layers and what influence it has on its strategy, followed by the ethical behavior, goals, and objectives. Guys, please take a minute, put me on pause, go through everything right from vision, mission, object, vision, mission, culture, ethics, goals, objectives. All these 6 frame points, if you can go through, then we will discuss. You know, while framing objectives, there are some points that we have to keep in mind. That is a very, very important topic. We will follow that up. And then, like I said, fast framework also I will discuss. Okay, points to be kept in mind while setting objectives. That could be a straight question in the exam. So before I do that, I want all of you to do this clearly here. Come on, do it fast. All right, guys, I hope you have gone through that. Now, that's a very important piece. As I told you, you have the luxury of putting the pause button to use so much. So make sure that, whenever, don't even think twice, don't even hesitate. You pause and learn neatly and slowly. See, the idea of the marathon is at the end of the day, when you're done, you should go home with full confidence, right? Objectives. Now, one more important short answer question that can really, come in the exam is this: what are the points to be kept in mind? Points to be kept in mind while setting objectives. Objectives should always be specific. Random objectives in the air should not be there. different levels. For functional level, what is the objective? For business level, what is the objective? Be specific, be clear how they are stated. And no organization can work with one objective, so multiple objectives will be there. That's called multiplicity. Every objective will have a time period, which is called periodicity. Are you achieving the objectives or not? Verifiability. Once in a while you have to verify, and if certain things are not being achieved, then you probably have to go and look back into that story, because you can't let it go like that continuously. Verifiability is a very important aspect. Then reality, here, uh, whether that objective can be feasible in real time. Okay, see, some objectives are official objectives, which can actually, in reality, you can have a two branch story here. Reality of objective are two things: official and operative. Something that you want to achieve officially, operatively may not be possible. Same way, something that is operatively possible is not something that officially you want to achieve. So that gap you have to bridge. Okay, so that you have to check, you have to do a reality check for the objectives, whether they will work, and most importantly, check whether the objectives come with quality, right? That is, I want to achieve increase in sales. It's a very random objective that's not workable. I want to achieve increase in sales by 30%, by 40%, by 50%. Like that, you have to be very specific about what you are actually telling. So that is when you will be able to set clear objectives. Um, Thank me later if you get this question straight in the exam. What are the points to be kept in mind for drawing objectives? And this specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely are the five characteristics. So take a quicker look fast. I have nothing much to show you here. Just a look and back. We're not even pausing here. Okay. So this is how important they are. And now let's talk about what are the objectives of strategic management. Actually, we've discussed all these points here, and I'm just bringing back the definition of strategic management for your convenience to understand, which is about creating vision, setting objectives. Now, creating vision to setting objectives, you have to do all of this. What we discussed there, it includes vision, mission, goals, objectives, building or blending in a culture in the organization. All these points are supposedly to be brought in. Then we'll talk about crafting strategy and implementing in the going forward chapter number 3. Before which, what you didn't speak here, but a lot has to be done, is about the analysis after creating vision and setting objectives, which you see here. And this is all discussed in chapter number 1, which you're doing right now, right? Taking care of that, chapter 1. Crafting a strategy and implementing, these two will be discussed in chapter 3. Okay, now the bigger question is, sir, what are we going to do about chapter 2? Yeah, chapter 2 is a deep rooted analysis that we will conduct to understand what are the various nuances that are there in the, what do you say, various aspects of the environment, trying to understand how they work, what they do, and all of that. That is what we are going to take and understand. So that strategic management, there is one topic here as to what the objectives of strategic management are. The term, mean, like, it tells you what to do. It helps you build competitive advantage and competitive position. Achieving these two are the most important aspects of strategic management. Okay, now these are the facts down there, so I hope you will go through everything on that. Now let me bring a new term to you in terms of what is called as organizational genomics. Now, genome, whenever you say genome, wait a second, sorry, yeah, there you go. Genome means it's more to do with the genes, right? What earlier we used to call as genes. If a person is doing well, what we normally call the genes of this person are good. So, like that, organizational genomics, basically to understand what the culture in the organization is. Organizational genomics. So first of all, we are going to try and understand the word genome. There's a place in Hyderabad called Genome Valley where a lot of research goes on, and Genome Valley is the place where even the COVID vaccinations were found and all that. You know, Covaxin, right? So those labs and all are there in that place only. So basically, genome is nothing but study of genes. It's genome. study of genes. Now, what is a gene? Where is it coming from? That is nothing but the hereditary, trying to understand what is. Now I'm not talking about the technical meaning of the word gene, because it would lead our topic to medical sciences. No, we're talking about organizational genomics. Now you know that there are some people in the organization called as stakeholders, right? These guys, they need something to be spoken about, or they need something to be understood. So how are they working towards that? What is the understanding behind each stakeholders need? Different stakeholders have different needs. What do they expect out of the organization? How people look this organization? It's a very important thing that every employee, or top level, middle level, doesn't matter which level, they have to be self aware of the story. Acha, this is what the organization expects from me. That is what the entire understanding of this story is, right? Stakeholders. And then coming to employees, how people are motivated to work. Organizational genomics is also study of the organizational behavior. Study of organizational behavior. Sir, what are we studying in the behavior? How people are motivated to work. What is that they would want to achieve? How people are motivated to work. What are they doing? How people are motivated towards work? Whether they are going to achieve something by doing this, or will they just live up to the fact like that? These are all the points one needs to take into consideration. It's a small topic. Please go through that. I'm not expecting a question might come out of that, but yeah, if at all it does, you should be in a position to just understand what those are. Uh, and then very important subtopics are there before we get to the main topic. One is the concept of strategic leadership. Who is a leader? Leader is somebody who can drive policies through the organization, right? I'll just remind you here. I'll write so that when you strategic leadership, there is a topic, short topic. As part of strategic leadership, there could be a question. If at all there is a question that comes in the exam, it will come as this one. What are the key qualities of a strategic leader? What are the key qualities of a strategic leader? So he has to be visionary, ability to influence others. I don't want to write the entire content again. So just remember that you want to read this, right? Okay. About 6 to 7 qualities are there. I'm just highlighting you around 7 qualities will be there. Just run through those points. He should be a visionary. That means be able to visualize the future. A good communicator, so that he can communicate well. Ability to define clearly and articulate. Articulate means explain things properly. Demonstrate a set of commitment. Yeah, look, this is what we are willing to do, and this is what we are supposed to do. And then commitment towards vision of the organization, and the other aspects. Okay, so about 6 7 points are there. Just go through that. Another important topic there is emotional intelligence. Okay, 7 qualities. Please go through all these 7 qualities thoroughly, and then let's talk about the word emotional intelligence. So what do you mean by emotional intelligence, and how does it work? Now, this term is coined by a person called as Goleman. Okay, emotional intelligence, Goleman. Okay, that is the name of the person who has coined it somewhere in the late 90s, 1998 to be precise. Okay, Goldman in the year 1998 termed something as emotional intelligence. What is emotional intelligence? Nothing but it's more to do with psychological attributes. See, people have intelligence, means intelligence is about being aware about something, normally an understanding of something. Emotional intelligence is about how do you apply it. Okay, so it's multiple things. Some people know what to do, but they don't do that. Some people don't know what to do, but they indulge in doing something. All these come under the concept of Emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence refers to psychological attributes. What are those? Psychological attributes means of how you do something, right? It can't be shown somewhere. That's why I said emotional intelligence. Knowing something is not important. How to use it, right? If you're not supposed to do something, you should not do something. If you're supposed to do something, you should do something. Being self-aware, self-regulative, right? And being kind to others, empathetic behavior, and then trying to convey things to people, which are called social skills, right? So five aspects together make up what is emotional intelligence. Now if anything can come up in the exam from this topic, these are the five attributes, a bundle of attributes. And no, five of them are there. Let me write this because this is something that I expect a question to follow out of this. One, self awareness. Being self aware. Self awareness means knowing what you're doing. Self awareness. Then where to stop, where to draw a line, what to do, all that. Self regulation. Self awareness, self regulation, motivation. Motivation is of two types: extrinsic motivation and intrinsic motivation. Extrinsic motivation means what you get by watching a YouTube video. Somebody told in YouTube video that you have to do like this, you have to do like that. That is very short lived. When you watch the video, you'll be like, you're fired up from tomorrow, I'm going to do this and kill it up and all of that. After half an hour, you'll throw the phone and they'll tell like that only. Why? Because it's not coming within you, it's coming from outside source. But sometimes the outside source motivation is a good kickstart. You saw something, then you started, then you found the spark and do. So motivation, the second way, is of intrinsic, right? It's about building some kind of passion. Every morning I have to get up and go for a workout. Every morning I have to get up and go for a run. Every day I have to eat only this. I have to eat healthy. Anything, when you do it in a passionate way that drives you to do it, either extrinsically or intrinsically, they all come under motivation. Then, like I said, fellow beings who are around us, okay, take into consider their viewpoints. Empathy is a very important emotional intelligence aspect. Many organizations in their what do you say, vision mission aspects, they have one of the mission aspects to be empathy. An organization's values are upheld. Wherever you see any big organization you take, one of the most important values to uphold in that organization be empathy. You have to understand what others are saying. Like, if my I'm a manager, somebody working under me is telling that, sir, today I want leave. Then I ask why. I have to drop kids at school. That's a very silly reason. I won't give you leave. Till now, they never asked leave for that reason. No, today if they are asking, that means somebody who regularly drops them is not available, or it could be as simple as that. Uh, I got a fever. I want to take a leave, right? All these are childhood excuses. This is not a school. Come on and come to work. You can't always have that behavior. So have empathy on fellow beings, and also develop something called as social skills. What do you develop? Social skills, the way you can communicate with people in a more friendly manner. This could be an exam question, guys, and I want this to come because this is one of the most easiest questions that you can get from this chapter. Five attributes of emotional intelligence: self awareness, self regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. Okay, then moving on to the next part of the chapter. Here there are some important aspects where there is something called as organizational change. Slowly you have to bring an organizational change. Change is not a one day process. Change is a slow process. There are multiple steps of change. I want all of you to read this topic, guys. I am not going to explain that because there are only headings of what those topics are. uh, there are Quarter's 8-step process, McKinsey's 7S framework, 4 hard elements and 3 soft elements are there. And then Kurt Levin's change process, 3 steps are there of unfreezing, changing, and refreezing. Ad care model, Kubler-Ross model, like that. There are a list of points. Just go through this topic. There is nothing much down there. Let me wind up this discussion on the first chapter by telling you how important it is to understand the importance of alignment between the next topic, which I would want to discuss from this chapter, is alignment between what and what? Alignment between individual objectives. Okay, alignment between individual level objectives and organizational objectives. It's a very simple topic. At the end of the day, somewhere deep down, they both should be aligned, they both should match. It can't be somewhere like, organization is going in one way and somebody else is going elsewhere. So it's a very simple topic, right? If employees are going like this and organization, so individual goals are like this, and these are organizational goals, this is a big red flag to the organization. They have to, this is called non alignment. So non-alignment of organizational objectives is one of the reasons for the disaster. Sir, then what do you suggest us to do? The suggest is individual objectives. Of course, individual objectives are important, right? These are, let's say, individual objectives. Obviously, Noma, why will I put my company before me? I will put myself only. All of us are like that only today. Huh? We will only talk about our interest first. We will not talk about company should prosper, company should do this and all that. So individual objectives are always given higher priority. But what you need to do is, so you have to set up the objectives also in such a way that they are in parallel with the organization objectives. Okay, that is the story, guys. Individual objectives and organizational objectives should coincide. There should be a proper alignment between both these. That is the idea. Okay. And to do this, instead of keeping this smart, earlier we recommended a framework called as SMART framework: specific, measurable, attainable, and timely. I'm not saying that is wrong, but SMART has now been converted into a FAST framework. Okay, Peter Drucker gave a fast framework to ensure that there is a alignment. Four core principles are there, which are: F for frequently discussed. F is frequently discussed. A is ambitious. Frequently discussed. Ambitious. What do you mean by ambitious? That goal should be challenging and ambitious. The easy things you should not set up and achieve, right? Then S stands for the same word called specific. And T this time is not about time frame, but it should be transparent. That means everybody in the organization should be able to know what you're doing and how you are doing it. So instead of using a smart objective framework, use a fast objective framework, right? Goal should be translated into specific elements. Goal should be transparent. Everybody should understand. Goal should be frequently discussed. It's not like you discussed once in a while and you figure that out forever, right? So this is what is a story of alignment between organizational objectives and individual objectives. I want you to run through this. Just take a look, because I have one last topic to deal with here. I will just update you through that topic, and then we are done with this particular discussion. The last topic that I would like to discuss from this chapter is called the balance scorecard approach. There is also a small topic called economic value added, which I believe you can read on your own. You need no much of help from mine, but yeah, do go through that topic on what it is. So now I hope you have gone through this. Take one more minute, run through that. Then I hope you have gone through this one, alignment of between goals and objectives. Let's come to the last part of the chapter where we have two small topics. One is called a balanced scorecard approach, and then is called EVA. EVA is nothing but economic value added. Okay, let me write that once I'm done. But let me first show you quickly about balanced scorecard approach. What is a balanced scorecard approach? See there. There should be a balance between two things: financial aspects and strategic aspects. See, if you're only bothered about money, somewhere in the long run you may not be able to achieve what you want to achieve, right? That is one thing. Same way, sometimes people are only driven by strategic goals. At the end of the day, you will not have money. So a balanced scorecard is a concept that talks about striving to achieve a right balance between both financial and strategic objectives. That is the topic of balanced scorecard. To do that, we have four aspects we are supposed to balance. It will create a balance between money, financial perspective, keep customers perspective in mind, because see, at the end of the day, trying to deliver cheap products just to impress customer, but customer is not liking, that will make no sense. So developing a product that customer likes. So finance, balance with customer. Then we're talking about internal business perspective, what you live up for or what you do. There should be a balance between all the mechanisms and the process. And one very important thing which many people miss is the learning perspective. People don't want to learn, right? What are you learning in the organization, and uh, how do you want to project this further is something that we need to balance out. So that is the fourth objective, guys: learning and growth perspective. Clear? So read through that and that will be done. And the last thing that I want to wind up the first chapter with is, I'm just taking an extra minute on this one. It is called EVA, economic value added. I'll just tell you the formula. See, more people are only bothered about what returns are coming. But EVA is nothing but NOPAT, that is net operating profit after tax, net operating profit after tax, minus the cost of capital. You are financial management students, so I don't have to tell you what is the cost of capital. Cost of capital is nothing but the capital employed, CE, capital employed multiplied by the weighted average cost of capital. I hope you remember the Modigliani Miller's theory, which explained that, right? So it's not just about the numbered wise value added. How much is the value added economically? That is what this topic is all about. Okay. So I think with that, we will wrap up the first chapter here. I would want all of you to put the video on pause, take a complete break for some time, go through the entire first chapter, and then we will be back with discussing the second chapter in full. Okay. So please go through the entire first chapter and then we'll be continuing the second chapter. So I hope you have gone through everything, guys. Let us now move on to a fresh new aspect where we will start covering our second chapter, wherein we talk about the term business environment. So till now we have discussed the story of strategy, management, strategic management and everything. Now we will move on to discuss what is called as business environment. Okay. Now the core of business environment lies in its understanding. How well do you understand business environment? What are the various aspects of business environment that one has to understand? What are its characteristics? And then macro, micro, and slowly things go on. So let us see one by one. Let us start by putting the definition of what exactly the word business environment is and how does it work. So first, what is the definition of business environment? Business environment, what does it mean? It is nothing but the sum total of whatever you are surrounded by. So in simple terms, if you have to ask me what exactly business environment is, it is nothing but what a business is surrounded by. But if you have to write a proper definition for what it is, business environment is nothing but the sum total of three words which I want you to remember carefully for this definition. They are conditions, events, and influences. Okay, or conditions, influences, and events. CIE, CEI is a little weird. So CIE, sum total of C for conditions. What are the various conditions of market? See, conditions are not stable, they keep changing, when they will change and all that. And then certain people within the organization might influence you, certain people from outside can influence you. So second one is influences, CIE, right? The E for whatever events take place. Now say events, there is nothing called good event or bad event. An occurrence of something is termed as an event. The event could be a sports event, or event can turn out to be a terrorist attack also. Anything is rated as a event only. So therefore in this context, we have to understand all three put together form up what is called as a business environment. Sum total of conditions, influences, and events. So this is what business environment is all about. The first thing that one needs to understand, the very survival of the organization is in understanding the environment. So business environments understanding, business environment understanding is crucial for the success of any organization. If you understand the business very clearly, understand what the conditions are, then you can plan the reactions alongside it. Now see, business environment broadly it's classified into, so if you are going by it, or before I do that, I will also talk about the exam question that can come up. as to what are the characteristics. What are the characteristics of business environment? There are four characteristics that we can discuss here. Huh? What are the characteristics? We can number them one, two, three, four. Environment is complex. That means there are too many number of factors. Environment, business environment is what? Complex, dynamic, multi-phased, and it has a far-reaching impact. What does it have? A far-reaching impact. So what do you mean by complex? Complex, I will also write the meaning so that you don't have to worry much about it. Complex means you have too many factors. It's so complicated that you have to analyze and understand each of this. So too many number of factors. Dynamic is about ever changing. See, if something is constant for some time, we can try and understand what it is. But if something is going on changing, I already tried to understand something, again it is changing. And multi-phased. What do you mean by multi-phased? See, environment. Sir, what is environment? What you see is your environment. Now, from where I am sitting, what I see is my environment. And from where you're sitting, what you see is your environment. So, does it mean here, if two people are sitting here and two people see the same classroom, does it mean there are two different environments? The answer is yes. Sir, how can we say that we are all sitting in the same classroom? We have classroom environment only. No, correct. But the perception of each observer will define what the environment. So if 100 students are sitting in class, it doesn't mean 100 environments are there. 100 perceptions of the same environment are there, right? Multi-phase, because it depends on the perception of the observer. Okay, it has too many number of factors, it is ever changing, and it depends on the perception of the observer, and it has a far reaching impact. When you say far reaching impact, it is not about today or tomorrow. Okay, it generally, environment has an impact in the longer term. So there is a long term impact on the organization due to its environment. So then what are we trying to do by trying to understand these points? Yes, it is important for us to crucially analyze the business environment through various concepts that I'm going to discuss through now. We have what is called as a PESEL framework. Uh, we have a understanding of the Michael Porter's value chain, so that we can understand at what points values are added in the organization, so that we can focus on the most value adding aspects. And then there is one very important concept in the competitive study, which is called as Michael Porter's value chain analysis. Now, before I discuss these next three topics, I would also want you to understand the small sense here. Business environment generally, business, this is an additional understanding that I want you to have. Business environment is simply bifurcated into two. Guys, from our regular sessions, you would have already made a note of this. Business environment is split into two: internal and external, right? Internal business environment, that every organization has something within that, and then we have something called as external. So what about internal and external? When you say internal, internally we have two things. Further, internally we have strength, and internally we have weakness. External, we have two things here. External, we have opportunities, and we have threats. And the external environment, whatever is there, the broader part of the external environment is also classified. The external environment is classified into something where we have close surrounding and something where we have a larger surrounding, micro and macro. So guys, after discussing EVA, whatever we have discussed, if you want to take a closer view of that, here it is. Take a quick view of whatever we have discussed. What is the definition of business environment? Why is it understanding is crucial for our success of the organization? Plus the fact that these four characteristics could be a separate question in the exam, followed by business environment having its classification to internal and external. I will also discuss with you something more as we go further, wherein we talk about when the organization is in the center. This is an important diagram that I would always explain people, not just from the perspective of scoring any marks, but this is very important in the context of understanding what a business. So if this is a business, every business is surrounded by a smaller circle. Every business is surrounded by a smaller circle where it is now you understand what this is. I will also draw one more circle which is a larger circle. Okay, so we have two circles like this. One is a smaller one and one is a larger one, right? Two of these. We should try and just close. Yeah, I think you can see the whole thing now. Yes. So what about all of this? What is the understanding of this? Now, there is something that influences us very closely and daily. There is something that influences us very closely and it also influences us daily. It's not like it is not there or something like that. This influences us kind of pretty closely. What are those? Let's see. The immediate factors that influence us on a daily basis almost are our suppliers. Then people who buy goods from us, they are buyers, suppliers, and competitors. Now, competition comes in three forms normally. Okay, competition comes from people who do the same business as we do and sell the same product as we sell. They're called as rivals. People who sell a different product but satisfy the same need, they are called as substitutes. And then there are some people who are called as new entrants. People, it can be either a rival or a substitute, but these are the only thing great about them is that they newly enter into the market. So this is the story about these five people in the first place, right? And now these are closely external factors. See, first of all, you need to understand this whole discussion is external environment only. It is not anything to do with internal. This entire discussion, both the circles are external. Many people, they have a misconception, by seeing this diagram, that the inner circle is internal, the broader circle external. Wrong. The inner circle are the closely external factors. Okay, what are they? They are only closely external. In the detailed class, I've explained this in a very detailed manner so that people don't make a mistake, because as management students, I don't want people doing this simple errors in trying to wrongly understand the fundamental concept itself. So all the story that you're studying is external environment only. In that external environment, in that these are closely external. Now these what we are seeing here, they are called as largely external. What are they called? Largely external. Now what do you mean by largely external? These are factors that are there which may not have an influence on you daily, but when they influence, they do have a considerable amount of influence. What is that? Demography or population. Demography or population, these are not some things that influence you daily. Changes in demography, population, yeah, same way. Laws and regulations, political situations, economic situations, socio-cultural situations, and technological situations. So are you broadly describing what you call as pestle? Yeah, political, economic, socio-cultural, technological, legal, and other environmental aspects. They all come under the pestle framework. So external environment also has something called as political, economic, socio-cultural, technological, economic, and legal. So this basically is the acronym that defines all of these macroeconomic factors. These are macro in nature. The largely external ones, they are macro in nature, and here the closely external ones are micro in nature. So that is where the entire story takes a deeper understanding of what the external environment is. I would like all of you to put a minute on trying to understand what these are, because these macroeconomic factors, they keep changing. But like, say for example, economic factors, when we are considering economic factors like interest rates in a country, interest rates, exchange rates, inflation. Though, as a person who's the end point of the story, we may not bother about all of these, but these are some of the most important factors that determine whether it's conducive. You see, a lot of people are now choosing India to be a very good destination to do business, right? Why do you think? Because some of our banks are giving loans at a very attractive interest rate. People who are able to come here and do business, they're able to get a better exchange rate, right? And sometimes, the laws are not very stringent in the country. We are still evolving in terms of business laws and all of that. So we have now been classified as one of the most, what do you say, good destinations to do business. So where we are not putting anybody under the pressure of doing some compliance, or ease of doing business. We have ranked very high on that. That's what I want to say there. Okay. And before I discuss anything, I would want all of you to understand this term industry. Industry, because I'm going to discuss now value chain analysis and Porter's five forces model to follow this up. I hope everybody knows the definition of industry, but still, I would want to clarify it one more time. What exactly is the term industry? It is a group of firms, and that is where many people put a full stop, which I don't want you to, as my students, I want you to go one step further and try and understand the correct definition of industry. What do you exactly mean by industry? A group of firms, no doubt we are writing the definition. It is a group of firms. Group of firms. Now that's where the value addition happens. Group of firm doing what? Producing. Group of firm producing the same product or service. Same product. Group of firm producing the same product or service and targeting the same set of customers. That is the very important point. And targeting the same customers or customer groups, whatever. But here I'll simply say customers. I don't want to trouble you with the complication of the definition. Keep it simple. What is industry? A group of firms which are producing same or similar products or services, but the essential part of that is they're targeting the same customer. Okay. Now, when you say, another definition is there for another important word called sector. Many people make a mistake here. They consider industry only to be a sector. No. Industry is a group of firms that are similar in nature. When sector is a much broader word, it is a group of, sector is a group of closely related industries. Group of closely related industries. Understood? So these are the two essential words that I want you to understand for the next few topics, because we are going to go further by understanding one of the very important concepts given by Michael Porter, which is called a value chain analysis. Okay. So I want all of you to understand the concept of value chain analysis with full focus. But before I do that, I want you to read both the definitions once again. Group of firms, industry being a group of firms, and sector being a group of closely related industries. I hope we have a clear understanding of that. With this, let me bring you one of the most important concepts of our syllabus, which is called as value chain analysis. What is it called? It is called as the value chain analysis. Before I describe value chain analysis, I think we've been into this second chapter for about the last 15 minutes. So what I want you to do is, you can definitely put me on pause, go through everything with respect to business environment, macro, micro factors, bezel, and go through your reference material, so that if I've missed a point or two, you might want to cover all of that and come back to value chain analysis. You can definitely feel free to put me on pause and do that. Now, value chain analysis, before I discuss this, I want you to understand that this is a Michael Porter's theory. Michael Porter is one of those pioneers of management field. He has given many theories like the five forces model and all of that. And alongside that, value chain analysis is one of the very important topics. I'll explain it in very simple terms. What he says is, there is value addition happening at various places in the organization. It is not like the final product is the only thing where value addition is happening, right? The most important place where value addition happens is classified into 9 spaces. So what he essentially did is decided that he'll split the organization into two functions. What did he do? He said he'll split the organization totally into two functions. One set of activities which are titled as primary activities. He titled one set of activities as primary activities. Okay. One set of activities were titled as, okay, there we are. Now, some one set of activities he titled them as primary activities. What do you mean by primary activities? These are the very basic, without which the organization cannot survive. These are called as primary activities. To do these primary activities, there is always a need for an organization to be supported by some support activities. Some places it is even referred as secondary, primary and secondary, but I would always want you to use the right terms: primary activities and support activities. Now if anybody asks me which activity is important in the organization, Michael Porter says both are important. There is nothing that which can be ignored out of the story. If primary activities are important, they are important in a particular way. Support activities are needed, yes, they are important in a particular way. So there is also certain element of margin that he has left for one to understand that there is always a scope for some kind of a change. Now I want to classify primary activities into five aspects, right? Five aspects are there which are classified into primary. What are those five? One, two, three, 4 and 5 primary activities. First is about getting the raw material in, which is titled as inbound logistics. What is it titled as? Inbound logistics. Getting the raw material in. So procuring, storing raw materials and making it available for production is called as inbound logistics. The next step is called as operations. Operations are nothing but the other word for manufacturing. Inbound logistics, operations, which means manufacturing. Then comes outbound logistics. This is all distribution and sale, getting it ready for all of it. Inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics. Then comes the action part, marketing and sales, and the fifth one is called as service. In today's aspect, if anybody does anything without doing an after sale service, you can consider your business to be done. To do these five activities, now here in five activities you have to follow an order. Okay, inbound logistics is about procuring the raw material, converting RM into finished goods is called operation. All the meanings of these aspects are there in your book. I don't want to go line by line and explaining you what those are. You can give a reading. Procure, that is to rather receiving, storing and distributing inputs is called as inbound logistics. Conversion of inputs into finished goods is called operations. Warehousing, storing and delivering will be outbound logistics. Creating awareness is marketing. Delivering the right product to the right person is part of the sales. And after sales, ensuring that the right product is being delivered to the right person and he enjoys the product with some kind of value addition. That is what service does. To do all these five primary activities properly, Michael Porter said there are four things that are very, very important in an organization, and he termed them as support activities. The first support activity is called as infrastructure. Okay. Now, please understand infrastructure is not about buildings. Infrastructure is not just about some physical appearance. Infrastructure is anything that is physical and financial. Okay. If you want, I can add up there physical and financial infrastructure. Both. People have a misconception to this word. Infrastructure means something that is a building or a facility. No, not only that, it is much more than that.
Then what is more important than infrastructure is the second facility called as procurement. One of the most important support activities is called procurement. And now please again don't mistake the fact that procurement means you're procuring some raw material. Wrong. Procurement is procurement of anything needed. If you need a machinery, procuring that machinery is part of that. So procurement is procurement of anything, capital goods or procurement of resources. Basically, that's what we are talking about. And procurement is not just to do with you know only the raw material alone. Many people again have a wrong misconception about it. So I'll say procurement of all the needed resources. Okay, remember that everything when done properly keeps on adding value. Sir, what is the importance of Michael Porter's value chain? Value chain as a concept is there in your book, but what is the importance of this value chain? Yeah, that is not much discussed in this syllabus of yours because it's a short syllabus. But of these nine activities, five plus two more that I'm going to write, already I wrote seven, right? So now let me finish. I'll explain you what that is. Okay. Infrastructure, procurement, technology, third one, technology, and four, human resources. Okay, so this is the whole story of the nine activities. All nine activities add some kind of value or the other. It is not like, if you do one of them better and if you don't do the others, it will be still okay. If you are already good at three more, we don't have to really bother about other, nothing like that. You have to be good at almost everything down there. Okay, value chain analysis about analyzing what value gets added every step. That analysis only we are making here. Okay, so the entire understanding now is about, okay, this is what is there in your syllabus. Let me give you an extra piece of understanding. So after you finish drawing up the value chain analysis and trying to understand what you do good for the organization, the value chain tells that, that this is a particular aspect that you are doing well. And see, all nine you have to do, no doubt in that. So how much good we are supposed to be in all of these nine? See, all nine have some threshold level. You have to be good. Now, like say, I can't say I'm fantastic in all eight activities. I don't know how to do marketing and sales. Then you won't be able to sell your product. Sir, I know only marketing and sales. I can't do the others. That is also bad. So it is important for you to understand how a product is, how a product or service is delivered. What aspects are taken into consideration in doing that? All these are some of the points we have to consider. After considering that, Michael Porter's value chain is helpful for determining what is called as core competencies. That is, of these nine activities, which one is your core competence? Now, like say for somebody procuring the raw material, that is your inbound logistics might be your core competence. For somebody else, HR management might be a core competence. For somebody else, marketing and sales may be their core competence. But sir, like that, everybody will be good in something or the other. No, then what is the use of this analysis? Yeah. See, everybody can be good at any of these nine activities. That's not a problem. But there is a connect between one activity to the other. That is called linkage. The best thing about this entire story is that those linkages are hidden. They can't be found. And that is exactly what's making this whole topic very special. That how an organization manages those linkages, how one of those organization manage the linkage to win over the other. That is the story of value chain analysis. Please take a minute. I suggest you to uh, put me on pause and go through the entire thing that we have discussed in the second chapter as yet, because I'm again going to bring you what is called five forces model. So before I discuss that, I would like all of you to take a minute, because I think it's close to about half an hour that we started the second chapter. So I want you to go and do a thorough round of revision, and then we will go ahead and start what is called as the Michael Porter's five forces model, in which we have a couple of questions to answer as well. Come on. I hope you have gone through that, guys. Come on, let us now move on to discuss what is called as the Michael Porter's five forces model. I think all of you know this topic very well. Couple of very important questions are kind of possible from this. So let us discuss what exactly the five forces model is. It's a very, very simple topic, in-depth understanding. You have to read all the questions and sub contents. Let me bring almost everything that is there in the five forces model into our revision right now. Okay, let's say what the five forces are. I don't think anybody has a problem with understanding what the five forces are. Michael Porter's five forces model. The five forces model covers what five forces? Buyer and supplier are not forces. Remember that. Okay, buyer and supplier, they are not the forces. At any given point of time, buyers and suppliers are people. Forces are invisible. Okay, remember this. How to understand? Many people write buyers and suppliers are forces in the exam. In the past also I've warned so many times, but still people do this mistake, so that is why I'm alerting. So of the five forces, the first and second force are no doubt about buyers and suppliers, but they are not the forces. The bargaining power of suppliers and the bargaining power of suppliers and bargaining power of buyers. Buyers bargaining power and suppliers bargaining power are two of the most important forces. I think all of you have seen how our mothers use their bargaining powers. You know that the shop person says 800 and she will ruthlessly say 80 rupees, and then you'll be wondering what is going on there, and suddenly a deal will get struck there at 100 rupees. Huh? Where was 800? Where is 80? Where is the deal getting closed at 100 rupees? I think all of us have seen this. How is it even possible? This is because the mother knows the true value of the product. If I was in that deal, what we would do? 800. We'll argue, no, 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 I have to get it at 750. That fellow will also, think you're an idiot, and he'll probably say, no, no, sir, 750 is 50 rupees and all. We can't give. Probably take it for 780. And you will still feel, wow, I bargained for 20 rupees, but the true worth of the product is not even 100 rupees. So only those people who understand the true worth of the product, where buyer has a full knowledge of what the product is, buyer also has a knowledge of substitutes. If not you, I'll go on. Now, like sometimes all of us have used the technique. We'll go to a shop, we'll ask for something, and when he says no, we'll say I'm going, and then he'll be like, no, 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 please come. So buyers use their different kind of a bargaining power. What they do is, like they put into they get into these kind of discussions where they use their bargaining power. Buyers form groups sometimes, which is also exhibited by a group of people. What they do, they come and tell that, come on, we all will buy the product from you if you are giving the product at this price, right? So that is something that they'll do. Buyers and suppliers, same logic. Suppliers will all team up as a group or a cartel, and they will exhibit a solid bargaining power. So buyer's bargaining power and supplier's bargaining power are two hidden forces which are there, which can bring an immense amount of change in terms of, say, if buyer's bargaining power is very good, we might end up selling them at a lower price. And if supplier's bargaining power is high, he might end up selling at a high price to us, which means our input cost will go up. So if you have a better bargaining power with your suppliers, you can procure supplies at a lower price. If you have better bargaining power than your buyers, you can sell them at a higher price. So considering all of this, it is very important to understand the first two forces: buyer's bargaining power and supplier's bargaining power. Then comes the three more forces: 3, 4, 5. All these three forces are related to competition. Sometime back I told you competition comes in three forces. What are those? Rivals, substitutes, and new entrants. Okay, who are rivals? Rivals are people who sell the same product as we do. Rivals, intense rivalry. Okay, rivals cause a situation of intense rivalry, which is also known as cutthroat competition. Cutthroat competition. Please understand, nobody's cutting anybody's throats. They are referring to the level or the intensity that, so much of competition is there, and they are fighting so much that there is cutthroat competition. What are the situations that lead to this, and new entrants. Who are these new entrants? New entrants are people who newly come into the market and take the market by storm. Like what happened in 2014 was Geo came into the market of telecom, and I think all of you know what happened after that. Everybody exited, and today we have merely 3 4 players left over: Geo, Airtel, Vodafone and Idea were forced to merge, and then BSNL, being a government player, is still there. So hardly we have left with such a small oligopoly, only four choices, and that too Airtel, Vodafone, and I mean like BSNL, since its coverage is not that great in many places, it is not as rampant as these private places. But some places BSNL has a clear hold because they are the only service providers in those areas. So like that, everybody has a little forte of those. But yeah, broadly it's Jio, Airtel and Vodafone which are sharing the market in a broader sense. Today we have seen from the last 3 4 years they're continuously increasing prices, and we have no option but to every time pay the higher price. If 10 players were there, the market would have been very tough to compete. But now that very less players are there, all of them are increasing prices now. Like say if Jio is increasing prices, I'm thinking of going to Airtel. Airtel is also increasing prices. So uh, generally when a new entrant comes in, they might create such a kind of force that they may disrupt the entire existing market. Sir, then I don't want new entrants to come. What should I do? Right? You have to stop them. What do you do to stop them is called as barriers to new entrants. Okay, so there are two potential questions that can crop out of this topic. There are two potential questions. One is, what are the barriers to new entrants, and what exactly is the reason for cutthroat competition? Right. Let us first discuss what about cutthroat competition. What are the situations here, guys? In every industry, one fellow will be there who is called as industry leader. What they do is, like whenever somebody tries to play with price or something, this industry leader will discipline those people who initiate price wars. Hacha, you cut down on price, look what I can do. They'll cut down so much so that the other person can't even bear with it. So the presence of an industry leader, the presence of industry leader can be one of the big reasons for price disciplining. The rivalry is more cutthroat. More people are there. They won't unnecessarily create price wars. And since price is not a thing, there is always one kind of, like, what is there? My space will anyway be there, but it won't be there because industry leader can anytime eat it. That is one reason. Two, intense rivalry is there. This is the most easiest of the lot because of number of competitors. Too many number of competitors always a source of trouble. More the number of competition, more intense the rivalry is. Now there are three and four are 2 points that I would want to tell you. That is something that we suffer sometimes because of no mistake of ours. Sir, what do you mean by that? That is, like say for example, somebody else's fixed cost is high. The third point is called fixed cost. Somebody else fixed cost is high. So to recover that fixed cost, they're producing more. I think all of you know basic economics here. When somebody produces more, there is more supply in the market. More supply means price will automatically fall down. So somebody is producing more to cover their fixed cost, but the entire industry has to suffer because of that, and that is one of the reasons why cutthroat competition can create an intense rivalry. Industry leaders, presence of them, number of competitors, fixed cost, and third and fourth one again is exit barriers. Exit barriers are because I'm not able to exit. I want to quit this business and go, but the problem is nobody's ready to buy my fixed asset, something that I'm not able to find a proper buyer. And since I'm not able to do that, there is no way how I will go. And I won't go now. I'm here. When I'm here, I won't sit idle. I'll produce. That production adds up to the supply. Again, when supply increases, price decreases, and obviously tends the profitability for the entire industry to decrease. So point number 3 and 4, though they are not your mistakes directly, but they are strong cause of concern. And one more important point in this lot is called as product differentiation. Product what? Product differentiation. What do you mean by product differentiation? That if one of these people have a product differentiation, a uniqueness in the feature, they'll always be better than the rivals. And since their product is better than the rivals, there's always again an intense competition with respect to meeting or beating them. And sometimes it is not for you or me. The sixth point is about slow growth rate. This is not for you or me. The entire industry sometimes is characterized by slow growth. Like if you guys remember post pandemic, real estate had to experience this slow growth. There is nothing that they did wrong. So what did real estate people do? They didn't do anything wrong, but at the same time they were not be able to capture their share. So that is why sometimes, I'm not saying it will be there forever, and at the same time I'm not saying a business can survive without seeing this slow growth. Every business at some point, a software business saw slow growth at one point of time. One point of time, the growth in software industry was so high that people were like, what is this? Like back early 2000s, right? There's a dot-com bubble and all that. And same way for e-commerce products in the early 2000s, then later real estate in the early 2010s, because the culture shifted from independent houses to apartments and they started constructing multi-storied buildings. Real estate experienced a huge and tremendous growth, but post COVID, again, people were more concerned about their life than buying a house. So like that, at different points of time, people's interests will drift towards certain things, leaving some industries characterized by slow growth. Pharma experienced unprecedented growth during COVID. That little phase only, but it saw business that they never saw in the last 10 years or something like that. So these are all some points that one has to keep in mind when it comes to why there is intense rivalry or why there is cutthroat competition in the industry. Then coming to the last question in this topic, as to what are some of the common barriers that we can put onto the new entrants. 7 barriers to the new entrants are there. I hope you would have read this topic. It's very important. Let me re-put those 7 barriers to new entrants. First one of the big reasons why new entrants can be discouraged are because of the capital requirements. If any industry is going to require high capital, like say for example pharma or real estate, these are not industries like, I have some little money I will get into. Nowadays people have the culture of startups, right? They want, even with small capital, they can start up something. But certain businesses are there, unless you put heavy investment into them, they won't fruitify. Unless you put some heavy investment into them, they won't show you any fruits, or they basically won't fruitify, right? So that is why one of the barriers to new entrants be like, Array, no, I'm not entering that business because it requires high capital. That is one thing. Two, economies of scale. If existing business are already enjoying economies of scale, if existing business are already enjoying economies of scale and are able to realize the economies of scale, which leads to a low per unit cost of production, as a new entrant I can't enter into the market and get that in the next day or in the next 1 month. So it takes a lot of time for me to achieve to that scale. By the time I achieve that scale, they will be able to capture the whole market. So why should I enter and suffer? So in industries where already somebody is enjoying economies of scale, or somebody who has a different product differentiation, somebody who has a unique product, people are paying for that uniqueness. If I enter now, they are anyway not going to buy my product because they're already paying for a different product. So if there is already differentiation in an industry, that is also not an attractive place for a new entrant to go. High capital requirements, economies of scale, and presence of differentiated products are the 3 barriers to new entrants, adding up 4 more. Fourth one is a very interesting point. Concentrate. It is called as switching cost. What is it called? It is called as switching cost. What is switching cost? A very interesting point. I'm using product A. Now I want to shift to product B. Why? Because product B is newly introduced into the market. For me to start using product B, I have to give up product A, correct? Now, like say for example, I have to stop using my Windows device and start using Mac devices. First of all, because I'm going to use a new software that is going to work only on Mac. Now, when I ditch my Windows devices, all my surrounding ecosystem, whatever is there, it gets disturbed. Isn't that true? Now, once an ecosystem around something gets disturbed, I have to pay a lot of cost. I have to change the hardware, change the software for that, and then do this. Then I consider the overall experience. And like, no, 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 I'm not doing this. So when a customer is not ready to switch from the existing product to my new product, why will I as a new entrant be encouraged? Because I am already getting an answer that okay, customers will not buy my product because it is erecting a high switching cost. So if you are launching a new product into the market which is having low switching cost, then it will encourage others to switch from that product to this, because the cost of switching is not going to really matter them much. So switching costs are very, very important barrier. High switching cost, rather you can say that. And then we have brand identity. If existing players in the market have a strong brand identity, beating that brand identity and you going inside there as a new player might again not work as well, right? And then point number 6 is about access to distribution channels. Access to distribution channels. The more you have access to distribution channels, the less is a chance a new entrant will come in. Just imagine somebody like Patanjali. Patanjali is available in small stores, Patanjali is available in retail stores, Patanjali is available in supermarkets, Patanjali is available in mega stores, Patanjali is available online. Earlier, when Patanjali was launched, it was available only in select place. Today, you name a distribution channel and they are available everywhere. What does it mean? This shows the proficiency with which they captured all the distribution channels. Now, once somebody catches hold of a distribution channel like that, and that too with that much vigor, there's nothing that a new entrant can do. Even if a new entrant comes, you can't go and capture the existing one in such a way. So, that is something that you need to take into consideration, followed by the last one, a threat of aggressive retaliation. Threat of aggressive retaliation. I have a very beautiful example for this retaliation. Like, I think you have seen the behavior of dogs, right? A lot of street dogs might be there in your street. Huh? If a new dog comes, no matter how much these dogs are fighting in the current time, they will stop all of that and they will start barking at the new dog, because they don't want the new dog to come in. Because in that street, a very few people might be giving food to these dogs, so their supply is already limited. Now if they let a new dog come in, they are all going to share the same food with that. So which means if you let a new player come in, you have to same industry size, you have to share with them also. Though the example is little weird, but that's exactly what you can understand from threat of aggressive retaliation. So what do? Immediately aggressively they retaliate. They shout and bark so much that the new dog will be threatened to come into the street. It will go out. So, sir, how can this? Okay, dogs are barking, but how will these people do? Again, these people, that means the existing players, what they'll do, they'll reduce the price. They'll reduce the price so much so that the new price is not even coming close to the fixed cost of the new player. So new player, dare he come in? Huh? What is the point? I go in and I get caught off guard like that. Then I have to close my business. I will not even be able to recover my capital. So these, if these 7 barriers exist in a particular industry, that is not a very attractive thing for new entrant. But when these 7 are not there, it's a place that one can try. So these are broadly the 5 forces: buyers bargaining power, suppliers bargaining power, rivals, that is competition which is intense. I hope everybody knows substitutes. I don't have to tell you. Substitutes are not a direct source of competition. Substitutes are a latent source of competition. That means they don't directly impact you, but remotely they will impact you indirectly, and of course they will have their say on it. Okay, so very wide topic, guys. I think I've covered to my best abilities of all the topics that are there in that 5 forces model and surrounding. There is one more point that I want to discuss, and then I will give you a small break where you can what do you say, revise and get back. The Viro framework, Viro, however you want to pronounce, I call it as Viro framework. What exactly is a Viro framework? See, generally acronyms, however you pronounce, nobody is going to, question you, because the very fact that it doesn't have a pronunciation sound. Viro. Oh, wait a second. Before I go there, I have one very, very, very important point to add up to this entire 5 forces model. There is somebody called as Andrew Groove. Okay, Andrew Groove. This point will be there in the book. Please check this out. Okay, Andrew Groove. He added up one more important factor called as complementers. He said Michael Porter's 5 forces model missed this. So I am adding up these complementers. And you know who are complementers? Like, say, for example, Intel. Intel produces all the chipsets, right? But if Intel is producing great chipsets and Microsoft is writing some stupid softwares, then they are not going to work together. So as an industry, if you have to be successful, the another very important force, somebody who's responsible for your success, could be another business which is a complementer. As simple as small paragraph, but I want you to just go through that. One business helps another business by complementing them. Okay, and now coming to Viro framework, what does it talk about? It basically talks about how to hold core competencies. Viro framework says you have to have some competencies. Competencies are specific abilities of how you can achieve something, right? Competencies are how you are evaluated with. Like if you have more competencies, you are a more stronger organization. Now, Viro framework basically explains four things, that these so-called competencies, they should have four attributes: V, I, R, O. What are these four? First one, they should deliver value to customer. Whatever you call as a so-called competency, if they're not delivering value, customer is not going to respect that. Okay, so value. Imitability, it should not be imitable. If it is imitable, then others will also get off that competency. Imitability should be not there. Huh? Valuable. Okay, this is Viro framework, Vrio framework, however you want to pronounce this, guys. Basically, the four elements. Okay, I think in your book you will find it as Vrio framework, VRIO, Revo framework, RIVO. I don't care the order. Like I said, four elements are important. Value, imitable. It should be rare. The competency that you have, no, it should have some rareness, and more importantly, it should be applicable to the whole of organization. It should if it's applicable to only a part of organization, not applicable to the other part of the organization. No. A firm where it is applicable to the competency should be applicable organization wide. How the firm is able to optimally utilize, optimal utilization, optimal utilization of resources. Okay, so that's what the story is. This is all something that the Vrio framework, Viro framework, Vrio, Viro, however they ask you, whatever, or Revo framework, anything. So that is a set of four very important qualities that our competencies should have. Okay, so guys, I think at this point of time it is pretty good. We are close to about, like say, I think about 45-50 minutes only into the second chapter. I have SWOT analysis coming up, then I have industry analysis to do. SWOT analysis and industry analysis, if we cover, that will take care of the second chapter. So that will be the other part of this chapter that I would like to cover, but only after you revise the entire chapter that we discussed, because we have discussed some very important things. SWOT analysis, portfolio analysis, going forward, the strategic analysis of organizations. Three more important topics are there. But like I said, before I do that, I would want you to go through everything that we have discussed: value chain analysis, five forces model, business environment, everything, and then come back. We will continue. Okay, guys, I hope you have gone through. If not, you can feel free to put on pause and go through as much as you want. Now, let's get going further as we discuss the next and a very easy topic called as SWOT analysis. I don't have much to discuss here or deliberate on this topic. I think it is easy. Everybody knows. Let's go on with SWOT analysis. Strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Yeah, though as much simple as it sounds, many times these kind of simple things only come in the exam and people will not be able to write the answers properly. So it's advised that you listen to this carefully and do what you're supposed to do. SWOT analysis. What does SWOT stand for? First of all, SWOT analysis: strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. We know that S for strength, weakness, opportunity, strength, weakness, opportunity, and of course threat. Now in some books you will also see this as SWOT analysis, where recently we've been using the word challenges in order to depict the kind of challenge that we go through or face. During this they're using the word challenges in place of threats. Okay, so this is what strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats are. Strength are considered as inherent. Strengths are considered as what? Inherent capabilities, something that the organization has. inherent capabilities. Weaknesses are considered as inherent limitations. What is it considered as? Some kind of an inherent limitation. Inherent limitation. While opportunity is considered to be as a favorable condition in the market, a favorable condition, and threats are unfavorable situations or unfavorable conditions which we don't really want to encourage. So strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat, these are the four elements of what is named as SWOT analysis. It is about putting all these things together, where strength and weakness, these two things, we classify them to be as internal in nature, right? And then opportunities and threats, we talk about them as external in nature. So SWOT analysis is basically a study of both internal and external environment, putting up everything together in one place. Basically it is a framework. Now this is something that I want all of you to understand very clearly, and before I explain anything about that framework aspect, what should you do? What is the ultimate understanding of an effective organizational strategy using the SWOT analysis? What should you do? Prepare an effective, what do you do is to prepare effective organizational strategy. What is an effective organizational strategy? An effective organizational strategy would be to using strengths for what? To grab the opportunities, or rather you can use the word encash opportunities. Using strengths to encash opportunities, and reducing weaknesses to avert threats. So this is the best neutralize, avert, whatever you can use the word, meaning is same. That is, you can't eliminate threats. The maximum that you can do is to kind of hang around them, say, okay, we have handled this. That is what we can do. Okay. So an effective organizational strategy is all about using its strengths to encash opportunities, while reducing the weaknesses to avoid the threats. This is what we do in terms of a SWOT analysis. Now, one of the very important points I want to teach you, it's a four box matrix or a four cell matrix, and you have a little bit of theory on SWOT analysis. What are some dangers in doing SWOT analysis? What may be a strength for somebody might not be a strength for everybody. Rather than blindly copying somebody's list of strengths, you should not do. Somebody's strength might be misinterpreted like this. These are some points are there, you might just want to go through that. But what I want to definitely explain you here is, see, SWOT is not a comparison. Remember that. I'll tell you why I tell that, and this is something that I want all management students as such to know this specifically. What is it? That the so-called SWOT analysis, which has these four boxes of strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Okay, they are only four boxes that we have plotted with strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. So basically, when you present something like this in the form of what is called as SWOT analysis, the form of what is called as SWOT analysis, the SWOT analysis only turns out to be, or only what it can be called as SWOT analysis, a comparative framework. What is it? It is a comparative framework. It's a comparative framework of what is to be done. Using strengths, what opportunities can we grab? Because of strengths, which threats can we avoid? Because of weakness, which opportunities are we losing? Because of which weaknesses, what threats can attack? So, like that, you can do a comparison. SWOT is not a comparison in itself. See, whatever I wrote here, they are not happening on their own, right? But the SWOT analysis provides you a framework, a comparative framework, which enables a strategist, which enables the strategist to compare or to facilitate comparison. Okay, this is the whole idea here. Make sure that one has a clear understanding of this. SWOT analysis is not a comparison, okay, rather it's a comparative framework. The most important part of the story here when we say comparative framework is it enables comparison, you to compare it. Is on its own it's not going to compare and gives. Many people don't have the clear understanding of this. That is why I took a little extra time to kind of make sure that you understand. Otherwise simply reading out strength, weakness, opportunity, threat won't be a big deal. Okay, take a clearer look of all those 4 points. This is what is the story behind SWOT analysis. An effective organizational strategy would be a blend of, or rather, you can say it is a mix of all these four. And by simply doing SWOT analysis, it's not going to go anywhere. SWOT is always supported by another kind of analysis is there called as a TOS matrix, which was proposed by somebody called Heinz Virich. So one more additional point that I would like to write here is that a note point, SWOT analysis shall be, or SWOT analysis alone may not SWOT alone may not be enough. Then what should you do? It shall be performed, or it should be followed by a TOS matrix. You know what the TOS matrix? Same four elements of strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Same four. But one thing about the TOS matrix is that the TOS matrix is really doing a comparison where you take two factors and compare each one of those. Okay, so this is a story of what you call as SWOT analysis. I think that is pretty much summing up everything that you want to understand out of that. So I don't see any need for me to discuss or describe the story again. uh, I think we have just uh, like after whatever we did in the first part of this chapter, this is the first topic, SWOT analysis. So then we are moving on to the next one straight away. After this topic is over, let me give you a couple of minutes to go through both these topics. Now you can continue listening to the next topic, which is called as portfolio analysis. What is it called? Portfolio analysis. First of all, what are the definition of portfolio? Now, I think many people have heard this word in the connection to the stock market. So, if I hold a bunch of stocks, that will be called as my stock portfolio, right? So, basically, portfolio is nothing but a collection of something. Stock portfolio is a collection of stocks. While from a business point of view, if you talk about the same thing, collection of various businesses, collection of various businesses into one. That is what will be called as a portfolio analysis. Now, what are you when you say various businesses, how are you treating these various businesses? These various businesses represent SBUs. SBUs, you know SBUs, right? Strategic business units. Strategic business units. Now, the main concept of portfolio analysis is about analyzing in which SBU you have to put money. So it is the main theme behind doing portfolio analysis. What is the theme? If anybody asks you, then it has to be only one. Which SBU? Like you have see, simple logic. I have 10 rupees and I have only one option to use that. So I'll use all my 10 rupees on that one option only. But when I have money and I have multiple options, that's where I will get a question that which business should get more investment. Businesses which are giving me good returns, I will put more money into them. No, same way businesses that are giving me less returns, why do you think I want to keep them in my portfolio? I will slowly slide them down and
remove them. Whatever heavy investment I've put in the past, if the investment continues to remain heavy into that, it is not going to give me returns, then what is the point in holding that product? So that is exactly why we do a topic called portfolio analysis, and there is a concept called Boston Consulting Group Matrix, the BCG matrix, where these things are classified with various metaphors and names like cash cows and dogs and all that, so that it will help you decide what you can do. I will explain you that as part of portfolio analysis, but the main theme of portfolio analysis is which SBU will receive, which SBU will receive high, low, or no investment. This is the question. Which SBU will receive high, low, or no investment? This SBU will receive a high investment. This SBU will receive a low investment, like that. Which SBU will receive a high, low, or no investment? This is what the question portfolio analysis answer. It's a very simple topic, guys. Portfolio analysis. The main object is the portfolio analysis to understand this only the theme, which business should receive what, then accordingly develop strategies. Which strategies will you develop? There are certain strategies like build, hold, harvest, divest. Build means to put more money. Harvest means to slowly take off the money that you already put. Right? Divest means to sell off that portion. Hold means not to do anything, not to put more, not to take off. So like that, depending on what we do, we will be able to. I mean, depending on what the indications are, we will decide. Okay, this business is going good. We would like to invest more into this business and sort of things like that. Okay, so that's what portfolio analysis is, and the object of portfolio analysis: which business has to be retained, which business has to be divested, and all of that. Okay, yeah, every good topic will have its own limitations. Sir, is it very easy to define the SBUs? How are you going on telling that this SBU should receive? First of all, is something an SBU for my business or not? Yeah, that question is a very very critical one, and sometimes it's not very people are not very proficient in answering that question, that is whether this business is your really key business or not. So sometimes people end up making a mistake around that. See, here at this point of time, it is also important to decide at what stage of life cycle you are in. I think there is a topic called product life cycle that I explained in the regular class in greater detail: introduction, growth, maturity, the peak point, and then there is a decline phase. This is what every business has to go through. uh, that is also important because sometimes, when you're in the introduction stage, you dare to take certain decisions, but uh, the same situation when you are in a decline stage, you might not take an aggressive step like that. So this all, or this entire story totally is dependent only on your action or orientation towards how will you do something. Okay, so that is what portfolio analysis is all about. Now let me explain you what the Boston Consulting Group matrix is all about, or what is shortly called as the BCG matrix. A BCG matrix, which is also called as growth share matrix. BCG is also called as the growth share matrix. If you see what are the two metrics that are taken here, before we do the classification, first of all, we have to understand what are the two factors that we are taking. Remember, guys, always and always, when I say means, let it be any time, we always take market factors on the vertical axis, right? We'll always take what? Market factors on the vertical axis. That is, we will take market growth here, and on the other side we will take what is called as relative market share, which means how much market share as a business we hold. Okay, what are the entire market will have one market share, right? Total market share, our share divided by total market share will give you the relative market share. Market growth can either be high or market growth can be low. That's what they said. Your market share can either be high or your market share can either be low. Now, sir, what about medium? Yeah, that is one of the criticisms of this BCG matrix, that a very moderate situation or a medium situation has not been discussed. Market growth extremes only have been discussed. Okay, what if it is high? What if it is low? They discuss only that. Okay, so now what are the four classifications? If a particular business is having a high market share in a high growth market, they have termed such businesses as stars. Stars are those businesses which are high market
share in a high growth market. But when it comes to the slightly longer run, initially, if a product has been introduced and it turns out to become successful, that's how it becomes a star. Okay. But stars can't remain stars forever. Over a period of time, when market growth slows down, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm still holding higher market share only. But from here to here, market growth slowed down. See, market growth always can't be high. No, 365 days, 24/7, it can't be high. Some days when it slows down, then these very same stars, they turn out to become what is called as cash cows. Cash cows are named as such because of the behavior of the word cows. I think all of you know cows are like, okay, cows generally they are almost every dairy product is what coming from the cow milk. So how much you milk the cow, right? Like that, here you can keep on milking that money from a business, and that money that comes from that business from a successful product is something that comes even without you putting a greater effort. Okay, so even in a low growth market, if a product continues to have a high market share, then that product is definitely a very well successful product. So stars in the long run become cash cows. Cash cows in the very long run. See, market growth has already slowed down. People might also start shifting to buy to other products. It's not like your market share is going to be ever high. No, someday it will come low. So when people also stop buying a product, such products where both are low, we are terming them as dogs. Dogs have been, I think all of you know that dogs are known for their loyalty. This set of products have remained loyal for us for a long time, but right now the only good thing that you can do is to sell that portion of the business. Dogs, there is a strategic treatment towards them called as divestment. If all these three are going in one flow, first something turned out to be a star, or it became a cash cow, in the very long run it became a dog, exit. But what story is, in a high growth market, what if you are unable to capture higher market share? In a high growth market, if you are unable to capture higher market share, it is purely your problem. See, market is very much pleasant. Market is very much giving you an opportunity to do whatever you want to do, but only thing, you are not able to pick up that share. And that is exactly why in a high growth market, if you have low market share, such products are termed as question marks. Question marks are to depict the logic as to why you are not able to grab the higher market share. If everything went well, you should have grabbed the higher market share, right? So that is something that we have to try and understand. Clear, everybody? So that is the BCG matrix, which talks about two of the factors: market growth and relative market share. And the four classification that are involved in the Boston Consulting Group matrix are stars, cash cows, dogs, and question marks. And of course, um, what will you do with each of them? Let me just write them down. Stars, we will use a term called build or invest. You can either build or invest. Cash cows, you don't need to do anything, you just hold them up, that is enough. Dogs, the time is over, so you'd go for divestment of the dogs. And question marks, you will either harvest them slowly, okay, or you might as well want to invest in question marks, because sometimes if you invest right and turn around a question mark, it can immediately turn out to become a star. But what is a star, what is a question mark, what is a cash cow, what is dog? These definitions are very precise. And sometimes what happens is, when people interpret these definitions, they might interpret in different ways. So there is a definitional vagueness, which is one of the limitations of the BCG matrix. What is low growth? Huh? Low growth is a relative term. Now, how will you tell that? And again, market share is a very relative term. Of the entire industry, what is my share? Now, how will you find out the entire industry share? That is also a problem, right? So, therefore, some limitations are there. Yeah, like say definitional vagueness is there. Then capital market assumption, right? A balanced portfolio comes with a presence of stars, cash cows. Who told it can be an exceptional portfolio with only stars in that? There's nothing called a balanced portfolio on all days. Okay. And then there's one more criticism, that they use this words like cows and dogs. They're being unkind to animals by depicting them, uh, in a light where dogs are loyal, so you can sell them off. Cows, you have to milk them. That is just an analogical way of explaining that, yeah, people might sometimes not resonate with those words. That's the main point. Okay.
So I think with that, we have discussed both these topics of portfolio analysis and SWOT analysis. I would like you to definitely put me on pause here and go through both these topics so that we will move on to the last part of the chapter, which is called as stages in strategic planning. What are the 5 stages that are there in strategic planning, and how will we move further in that is also something that we will discuss. Come on. I hope you have revised this, guys. Let's move on now. Let's come down to the last part of the discussion here, which is the 5 step process of what you call as a strategic planning. Right? The strategic planning process split into 5 main steps. Let's see what those are. And let me put up the heading strategic planning. Strategic planning. And the concept of strategic planning, we have 5 steps. What are those 5 steps? I think by now all of you are well versed with these 5 steps because this is exactly what we have been doing right from the beginning. All right, yeah, there you go. Now you can see strategic planning and its 5 steps. Strategic planning, and the first step of strategic planning, as you all know, is what? Developing the corporate mission statement, and then of course defining the corporate goals. So I will say first one is corporate mission and goals. Corporate mission and goals, that's what we are trying to focus on first. Corporate mission and goals. Then the next 2 steps are very very easy. What are those? Analyzing internal, analyzing external opportunities. Step number 2, analyze external environment. Analyze what? External environment. And then we have step number 3, which is analyze internal operating environment. Analyze the internal environment. So first you will define what is mission. Mission means the present business scope right now, what you want to achieve. So the context in which we are doing it. I hope I told you right now you are in the stage of inter. Inter is the center stage. Foundation, inter, final. Right. So you are in inter right now. Mission, inter is going on like that. Now when we have external and internal environments to assess, sir, what will we be assessing here? I think all of you know it. External environment consists of 2 factors, what are called as opportunities and threats. Opportunities and threats. Whereas in the internal environment, we have what is called as strengths and weaknesses. Strengths and weaknesses. So if you are able to do this again, which is, sir, are you saying that we have to do a SWOT analysis? Yeah, kind of. You have to do a SWOT analysis and going through the whole understanding of what it is, you will get a clear idea of what is the environment around you. Now that brings us to step number 4. What is step number 4? Select strategies. We have various alternatives. From the various alternatives, you have to pick up and select strategies. What are the various strategic alternatives? That also we will discuss later. Various alternatives. And the last step, step number 5, okay, implement the strategies. Simply talking or putting it on paper will not get you the answers. So implement strategies. Of course, the next chapter belongs to strategy formulation and implementation. 2 parts to a story. One is checking out all the various alternatives and selecting the best one. This part will be as formulation, while the other part goes into action stage, which is about implementing those strategies. So this is what the broader idea of what is called as strategic planning and its 5 steps. I hope everybody has gone through these points so many times already. And to follow up,
what are the various alternatives that are available. We will also discuss a couple of points. I would want you to read this topic in greater detail, but I would just want to tell you what are the concepts that are there here. Alternatives. There's a topic in the chapter here called as alternatives in strategic planning. It's a simple topic. I don't want to discuss each paragraph, but I will tell you what are their what is the content in that. In the alternatives in strategic planning, the first one is called as scenario planning. Scenario planning is like a if then analysis. What is it? It is more of a if then analysis. If this happens, then what to do. If like it's more of a what if kind of a situation. Every question starts with what if. What if this happens? What if there is a flood? What if there is a, like, if a projected scenario will be created to see, if this scenario happens, what should I do. Sir, what if that scenario doesn't happen? So then what is the backup plan? Happening of that event and non-happening of that event. We will generally, sometimes if positive events are there, we'll be optimistic that this event has to happen. But sometimes there is also a possibility that we don't want certain events to happen. So like, what if that happens really? Like, say I don't want rain to come on a particular day and it rained. What if it rains? What if it doesn't rain? When I need, like, say farmer is thinking, what if it doesn't rain? So scenario plannings are about projecting and putting out all the futuristic scenarios. Then the second part of this thing is called as decentralized planning. I think all of you know, in India for a long time we have been following what is called the top down approach. You know what a top down approach is, right? Somebody at the top will plan, they'll pass it on to the others will dump it on and they'll go on. That is more of a hierarchical structure, and it's more like a I tell you do strategy. In the current days time, it's not like I tell you do will not work everywhere. So corporate managers who are there, they should act as facilitators. Who knows the on-ground situation better? The guys who are working in functional departments. The guys who are working in functional departments, no, they know the situation much better. So those guys should be telling, like what should be the requirement of raw material, what should be the strategy to follow for something. Are we doing something too quickly? Are we doing something too slowly? Everything of what we need to be doing, we have to plan accordingly based on the on ground information that comes. So that will make you know our planning also more crucial. And also considering the fact, like one fellow will plan and everybody will implement, will not be the overruled idea there. Okay, so that is a small topic on decentralized planning, right? Every time top managers planning and implementing may not go well. Okay, these two topics of scenario planning and decentralized planning, you just go through there. In small and medium organizations, you can do this by putting up special meetings, brainstorming sessions. A little insight is given there, that like conducting meetings and all that. That one paragraph I want you to sit and read a little bit before, because if that comes and then there is one last topic called CSF. Okay, in this chapter, critical success factors. Okay, just go through that also. Small topic, but yeah, critical success factors. What are those? If you can go through that, it'll be taken care of, right? I don't intend to get into those small individual topics, but please do go through them because they themselves can turn out to be questions in the exam. What to do in strategic decision making. So the last couple of pages that are there in the second unit or second chapter, I'd want you to just go by and run through those. Other than that, um, yeah, I will just take a small break. Of course, you would not feel that because the video will continue as such. But so, as a matter of fact, I will take a small break and get back in discussing the next chapter further. Uh, Meanwhile, since the second chapter is also complete, I want you to have a thorough run through of the whole chapter. So we have completed now the first couple of chapters, and then the third one is a very detailed formulation implementation story that I'm going to go in detail. And let me see towards the end if I can even fit in a little bit of insight on the digital strategy, because they're all individual topics. But yeah, we will do that. Okay, so like I said, we'll take a small break and get back in some time. But yeah, again, like I said, video will continue as such. Okay. Welcome back, guys. I hope you have gone through the whole story of planning. Now, let's get to the other aspects here. We are going to discuss in greater detail the next chapter. The very important part of our discussion is the concepts of two: strategy formulation and strategy implementation. Formulation. Formulation is an aspect of putting the ideas on paper, while the other side of the story talks about implementation. What do you mean by implementation? Implementation is about putting the chosen strategies into action, right? So, formulation is an aspect on paper, wherein that is why it is called as crafting the strategy. On paper, we are crafting the strategy. What strategies will we craft? That also we will discuss. Implementation is putting the freshly chosen, putting the put the freshly chosen strategy into action. So is it an action plan? Yes, of course, this is an action plan, while this is about crafting the strategy. Now, when we talk about formulation, formulation happens at how many levels? Formulation, before this, I would want to ask you one question that I asked in the beginning. Strategy making happens at which level? Remember, we wrote strategy making happens at all levels. So obviously, when strategy is applicable to all levels, formulation also is going to work at all levels. So crafting a strategy further, I will tell you the story here. Implementation, shortly we will discuss. We are not, it's not like we are leaving it and all that. We will, going forward in the chapter, we'll discuss implementation. For now, I'm going to further take crafting strategy into three areas. Crafting a strategy happens at corporate level. Okay, it happens at corporate level. At the next level, that is called as the business level. The next level where something happens is called business level, and the third one is called as functional or operational level. Just for you to understand what strategies are crafted at corporate level. Corporate level talks about, remember we discussed about Boston Consulting Group matrix and forming a portfolio analysis. Using that portfolio understanding and doing whatever we did, we have to figure out, okay, where can we invest money, where we have to stay quiet. So four strategies emerge. They are also called Glueck and Josh strategy: stability strategy, growth strategy, growth or expansion, stability, expansion, retrenchment, and combination. Okay, don't wonder where these are. I'm just giving you the information. These are not really part of our syllabus there. I just want you to understand that's only the names. And at business level, we have Michael Porter's cost leadership. You want to become a cost leader, or a lot of places you saw this word differentiation is about producing something unique or uniqueness, right? So differentiation, cost leadership, differentiation, and focus. These are strategies at business level. But what is very important for us, what becomes a very important aspect is functional strategies: finance, production, marketing, finance, marketing, production, HR, the human resource strategy, and then logistics and supply chain management, supply chain management, logistics, and R&D, research and development. All these are called as functional areas, functional strategies. Finance strategy, you have a separate subject on financial management. There it is discussed, cost of capital, capital budgeting, what to do, what not to do. All that story is there in the finance study part of it. R&D is not discussed much in our syllabus, but the other four have been discussed. What is a production strategy? What is a uh, marketing strategy, HR strategy, and little bit of supply chain management, delivering the right product to the right person at the right time, and also the right place, which becomes a very important aspect in your success story. Because tomorrow, if you're successful in a business, as such, if you want to become successful in a business, you need to choose one of the proper distribution channels to ensure that your product reaches to the right person at the right time. Okay, so we will discuss all of that. This is a broad understanding, guys. Once again, I'm showing up. So this is what strategy is all about. strategy finally boils down to formulation and implementation. Just bringing that up completely for you. Formulation is an aspect of crafting the strategy on paper, while implementing is a story of putting the freshly chosen ideas or strategy into action. So in the last 5 minutes, whatever I told you when I started this is basically the introduction as to understand what these are. Now, if you strictly come to what is there in the third chapter, we will straight away start by discussing what exactly is the production strategy. What exactly turns out to be what is called the production strategy. The first one we are going to discuss here, production strategy. What is production strategy? Where are you going to produce? How much are you going to produce? What should be you be giving as raw material? What product are you dealing with? What service are you giving? Its design, work system. Are you going to do manual labor, automatic labor? All this. And is a supplier going to come from outside, or is it our own supplier? Remember vertical integration. Vertical integration means we being our own supplier. Like say we are into two businesses. One is a business of current product and the raw material of this product also. Like say for example, I am a sugar producer. I am a sugar producer. Where do I get my sugar cane from? Normally I have to get sugar cane from farmers, but in this example I'm saying I only have that farm, so I am my own supplier. So like this, these all will influence the production strategy. See, if you are your own supplier, you can cut down the waiting time. But if your supplier is outside the organization, then you have to wait for the supplier to give it to you. Sometimes they may delay. All these problems may be there, right? So production strategy, what does it actually talk about? Let me give you some insights as to what it talks about. Production strategy talks about capacity, layout, some of the keywords, where what all are the important aspects: location, capacity, layout, product or service. What product are you delivering? What service? uh, Extent of vertical integration, extent of vertical integration, and then degree of automation involved, degree of automation involved. All these are aspects that one has to consider for production strategy. Optimum utilization of resources, that is the other target. Production strategy also has a target of, what is the target? Optimal utilization of, optimal utilization of resources. Because at the end of the day, no matter what you do, if the resources are not used in the optimal manner, competitors are say using the resource in a more optimal manner, then their per unit cost of production will be much lower than ours and they will have an edge over us. So also production strategy talks about, the next one that we have to think about is the economies of scale. Economies of scale, I hope everybody knows. Back in like if you are a student of economics in the past, you would have studied this. Then later in management also, in other place also it comes across, right? The benefits of large scale production, right? Economies of scale are nothing but the benefits derived in large scale production. When you produce goods on a large scale, no, per unit cost will automatically decline. And there is, see, when production outcomes are there high, per unit cost will decline. Why? Because with the same fixed cost you'll be able to run more production runs and you'll be able to get this. So what you are supposed to do, how will you implement it, what is the capability of the organization? Plus, very very important point, just because you have the capability you can't produce. You have to also see whether there is a market demand. Market demand is X. You produced X plus something and then you supplied in the market. Please understand, you are not the only supplier in the market. Others are there. So when you all cumulatively supply more than what the market requires, then it is a bad thing for everybody. No, I told you this in competition also. Per unit cost will, pricing will decline because everybody wants to clear their goods. So they will reduce the price and try to sell it low. Overall, the profitability of the industry gets down. So there way, that is why you have to ensure that if you are uh,
producing quantities. Sir, what is the optimum level of production? There is nothing called optimum level of production. That is why you have to find out according to the situation and demand, right? The production strategy again takes into consideration elements of demand, elements of demand and supply have to be considered. How much supply should be done depending on how much demand is there, because in the name of producing, if you produce more you will lose. And one more very important thing is production strategy always talks about an aspect called flexibility. Too much flexibility should not be there in your product, because if too much of flexibility is there, that means you're customizing and producing it for the needs of individuals. And when you do that, uh, flexibility gives away one of the very important points. Like, if you want to have flexibility, go for flexibility only. But if you want efficiency, their per unit cost of production should be low. Then see, like I give you a simple example whenever I talk about this. Like, say you want to get some visiting cards or wedding cards printed. So you went and told that person, like, I want only 5 wedding cards. Obviously, the per unit cost of that will be pretty high, right? You remember, per unit cost will be pretty high. Why will it be pretty high? Because you won't be able to produce it at, when you're printing only 5 cards, he has to start the machine, right? The machine. Now, say if you go and ask them to print 500 cards, obviously per unit cost of this 500 be lower, yes or no? Why? Because once they switch on the machine, the fixed cost of that production run is same. So that is why you have to decide between flexibility and efficiency. If you want flexibility, you keep flexibility and charge high for the customer. But what about competition? You bother about that. Then if you want efficiency, produce in large scale. But if you want flexibility and efficiency, it's kind of not possible, because flexibility gives away efficiency. So you have to make sure that either you do this or do that, right? So the one of the important aspects of the production strategy would also be to understand the difference between flexibility versus efficiency. So all these are points about the production strategy, guys. If you want, you can take a closer look at that in terms of what it is and how it is. If I've missed a point or two, please make sure that you run through that. Another important concept in the production strategy is just in time. Remember just in time, right? Getting the raw materials just in time. Remember just in time. Only getting the raw materials when it is needed, just in time. So to uh, reduce the per unit holding cost, instead of holding the raw material for a longer period of time, we get it only when we want it. So just in time is another concept. Production strategy also talks about just in time. Just in time is an inventory ordering system. So just take that, I wrote there and kept, so that when you revise, you can revise that also. Now, delivering the right product to the right person at the right time at the right place and right price, 5 rights are involved, plus entities which want to follow what is called as just in time. The production strategy, if it is telling that okay, my production strategy is like this, and for that the goods are going to come just in time, we need a solid supply chain management strategy. What do we need? A supply chain management. Supply chain management strategy. So the bigger question is, what is the supply chain management strategy? Supply chain management. First of all, supply chain means what? Then supply chain management means what? We'll see. Supply chain, first of all, is a linkage between, supply chain is a linkage between three people. What linkage between? Linkage between supplier, manufacturer, and customer. These three: supplier, manufacturer, and customer. That is a linkage. Now, design, implementation, and maintenance of the supply chain system is called supply chain management. Like any other, supply chain management, it is about everything, managing the flow of inputs, production, and delivering the output. So it is a linkage between these three, while supply chain management is about design, implementation, design and implementation of supply chain activities.
Design and implementation of supply chain activities, that is called as supply chain management. Supply chain management as a concept is totally concerned with, sir, what are we doing in supply chain management? It is nothing but supply chain management is a task of managing the flow of inputs, managing the flow of inputs from suppliers, managing the flow of inputs from suppliers, giving that into company's production process, flow of inputs from suppliers to company's production or entity's production process. Will it stop there? Obviously no, it will also take care of delivering the product to the final customer, right? So task of managing the flow of inputs from the suppliers to company's production processes, and finally what will it be? And delivering the final product to the ultimate customer. So this is the story, guys. Task of managing the flow of inputs from suppliers to company's production process, delivering the final product to the ultimate customer. This is the whole story. Right now, whether you do it by perpetual inventory system, using a just-in-time inventory system, uh, this is, please understand, it is not only talking about logistics. Right. I want all of you to understand here there is a difference between logistics versus supply chain management. If you are discussing this, what is logistics? Logistics, when we talk about it, it is mere movement and storage of goods. Movement and storage of goods. Storage of goods is termed as warehousing. Okay. While supply chain management is a broader term, let me write that from some time I've been telling you the definition. Supply chain management is about delivering. Delivering what? Right. 5 rights are there, right? Right product to the right person. Delivering the right product to the right person to the right place, right time, and right price. All these 5 rights, if you match, the intent of your supply chain management working out will be that only you're delivering the right product to the right person at the right time. And also movement and storage of goods, which is part of logistics, that is also part of the supply chain management. Storage of goods, you can use perpetual inventory system, wherein you keep the inventory for some time, or you can use just in time. Okay, if you're reducing the cost of raw material holding, then definitely it will be value adding. But it again depends, for certain businesses which there is a higher time for getting the raw material, they might want to keep it. So whether you want to go for just in time or whether you want to go for the regular inventory strategy, that is something that you want to discuss on your own. There is a small topic there, just in time. What are the just in time limitation? If you are not having enough buffer stock, that can be a problematic thing. Otherwise, a supply chain management strategy is the next strategy that is essential for the organization. Let me quickly move on to discussing point number 3, which is on marketing strategy. Production, supply chain, then comes marketing strategy. Marketing means what, ma? Creating awareness. Okay, this definitely has an impact. How much are you spending on marketing will definitely have an impact, because if you're spending more on marketing but revenues are not coming up, then that will go for a toss. But if you are spending enough, wherein, okay, marketing strategy is something that it's a call that company takes. It's a call that a company takes, like basically they decide on this is what we are supposed to do to make sure, like, people are supposed to be made aware of your product. I have a fantastic product, but if I'm not able to convey the benefits or the merits of that product to people, what will it be? You understand what I'm telling? At the end of the day, if you have a fantastic product on hand, people don't know that it is fantastic. What is the point? So that is where the marketing strategy which the company takes, it is nothing but an overall position about a company again will not target all segments. Now if I'm delivering a product, I might target a particular segment. It's called niche marketing or niche strategy. Sir, will you deliver all segment? Now like say I'll give you example, Mercedes and BMW are there. Mercedes and BMW don't target all segments of income groups. Is that right? Huh? They'll target only a select group of people. So, like that, who is being targeted, what is happening, that exactly is all part of the marketing strategy. Let me write this out for you. What is marketing strategy? Refers to the position. It refers to what? The position that the company takes with respect to position that a company takes with regard to now see what all are the point with regard to one segmentation. Segmentation mean breaking the market into multiple parts, dividing the entire market into segments. Two, pricing. In pricing also we have strategies. One is called skimming pricing, what generally uh, phones do. Phones means Apple, Samsung phones, what do they do? Initially they price it very high, slowly the price comes down. That is called skimming pricing. Then there's another type of pricing called penetration pricing. What they do in penetration pricing, they'll enter a market with temptingly low price, attract a lot of people, and then slowly increase it. Okay. Then third strategy would be with respect to advertising. Should we go for TV advertising? Should we go for radio advertising? Should we go for advertising on the internet? Segmentation pricing, advertising, product design. Sir, what about product design? That is a team of the design. I mean, it is not the job of marketing people. Many people have a misconception that there is a separate design team. That's a no. The regular marketing team that is generally focused in doing this, they are only going to ensure what we work on the products design. And the most important aspect of marketing is the distribution channel or distribution. How will you be able to? My bad, how will you be able to distribute the product? Are you going to use all distribution channels? Are you going to deliver it through only retail channel? Are you going to deliver it through the wholesale channel? What is the ultimate idea behind this? That is what we are going to figure out. Okay, so that's all guys, that is about marketing. Here one of the very important concepts in marketing is about advertising and promotion. Advertising, sales, promotion, these are all different words. Okay. The cost of doing advertising, the cost of marketing basically is an additional cost. Okay, so you want to create a customer. Peter Drucker's theory is there. If you want to create a customer, you can create a customer by doing great marketing or great advertising. Like I will tell you one example which I generally keep telling. You saw the advertisement of this product called Fog. Fog, right? That used to come, the scent in when you watch cricket matches, it comes every over. Fog kya chal raha hai, fog chal raha hai, that advertisement, it used to come so many times that it has hammered into the minds of the customer that that there will be a couple of people standing, and then one will ask kya chal raha hai, then they'll tell fog chal. So that at least those guys who have been watching cricket for few years, this, right? Why did fog do that? It's such an irritating thing, but you and I today are discussing that as an example. Why? Because that is the way they thought that they'll enter the market by putting it so much. Same way, I'm not saying Swiggy did a similar thing, but Swiggy did say one kind of a marketing strategy that in cricket, a ball is called as a delivery, right? Every time a ball is bowled, which is faster than the fastest ball of the match, it will keep coming on. Swiggy will sponsor that faster delivery. What is Swiggy's business? Food delivery. Oh, what is a game doing here? Fast delivery. Fast delivery, Swiggy. Fast delivery, Swiggy. So it is again hammering into the minds of the customer that yeah, look, we are. So these type of marketing techniques are there. The reason why I'm telling you that is all this will create enthusiasm in the customer to buy the product. No, this only can do it once. The first time, how will you bring product? Customer to the product is by doing all this. If the product is good, second time customer need not see the advertisement. The product in itself will speak for itself. Correct? But the going further later to the story, right? What exactly goes by in terms of making sure that customer buys it again. That is where the repeat customer comes in. The Peter Drucker's theory talks about two things: creating a customer and retaining the customer. Okay, so two things are important. All these are the aspects of the marketing strategy. 5 aspects they are called. So just take a run through of these and we will discuss what is the HR strategy to wrap this up. Come on. Then, guys, let's move on to the next and the last one: human resource strategy. One of the very important aspects again of an organization is a HR or human resources, right? Human resource strategy. What about human resource strategy here? Uh, no matter how, see, whether you talk about finance, marketing, HR, production, whoever are there in that entire story, right? Everybody ultimately are dependent on the HR strategy, because a company which is good is only good because if it has a good HR, right? No matter how much machines, process, techniques, whatever we talk about, end of the day, if the what do you say? If the control of the entity is not good in terms of who the people are, it doesn't make any kind of sense. Okay, so which is exactly why one needs to talk about HR strategy. In HR strategy, the most important point is to get the people who are the like-minded people who share. So that is why we have to have a proper hiring strategy. What is the hiring strategy? On which people? Okay, you have to ensure that those people who resonate with our ideas, they should be hired. Now it's not like, you hire somebody and people are like, "Hey, why did I join the organization?" That should not be the idea. Or hiring strategy's main goal is to hire people hire people with positive attitude. Hire people with positive attitude, right? And also who work well, and fit into the team. This should not be some individual contributor. There is a topic at the end of the chapter called goal congruence. I don't intend to explain that much, but that is why it just reminds me of why I have to tell you that goal congruence. What is the individual goal and what is the organizational goal? I think I've explained this in class in great detail, but yeah, still now in the revision we can catch up with it. If these two are going like this elsewhere, our guy is going like this, organization's thoughts are going like this. Where is congruence? Congruence means something we have to meet. Remember congruent lines that you studied mathematics? Okay, leave it. Back then, school, 6th class, 7th class topic that is. Anyway, so somewhere they have to come and meet. Congruence should be there. But in this case, if goal congruence is not there, why will goal congruence not be there? Now, topic in the book is there called goal congruence. Now, this is what I tell people to understand. More than what is there in the subject, why it is there also is important. But these subjects are not read like that. Obviously, why will anybody out of 800 marks if something is there for 40 marks? And that's something that I've seen with all three of my subjects, right? Data analytics is what is taking the world by storm today, but it's there only for only 20 marks. Uh, Strategic management is such an important piece of doing business, that too in the culture where startups are the thing that is holding up. That's there only for 40 marks. Audit, which is a real-time activity, that okay, still that's a 50-mark subject. I think that still works with, you know to an extent. But these two, they need to be, I'm not saying because I'm teaching them from so many years now, but these are things that happen in real time. But from students perspective, they'll be like, sir, theory subject, sir, we have to by heart, we have to read something, what should we do? Question will come in exam and answer. The idea should not be just about by hearting something and writing anyway, right? So tomorrow, remember, if it's a culture of startups, we are seeing how startups are going up. Tomorrow if you start up, if you are by yourself putting a new business, remember that one of the most important things that builds your business is your hiring strategy. Hiring the right person, putting them in the right place. I hope everybody knows this entity called Zomato, right? Dipinder Goyal, the CEO. You know what he said once? He said, I put all my effort in hiring the right set of people for this organization.
So once they asked, Zomato's in losses for so long. Zomato did, like they did the campaign for so long and all of that. But why suddenly now Zomato is becoming profitable? How? What is that you did wrong so many years, and what is that you're doing right now? That after 10 years of establishment of Zomato, that's when it became profitable. Okay, they asked this question, and then he said, "No, we were doing the things in the same manner, step by step, step by step, step by step. We are building it. But when I found the right guys being placed in the right places, everything took care of itself." I'd give you, okay, this is the latest example that you could resonate with. That's why I told about Zomato. So in the interview, the CEO told, my job was only to find the right people. They asked him, what is the secret of Zomato's growth? He said, there is no secret. If I find the right people and put them in the right place and make the system work, company will automatically grow. This is what even Steve Jobs told. This is what even Mark Zuckerberg told. Mark Zuckerberg, you know what he did in the initial days of Facebook? He hired 5 people, right? One for sharing coding work with him, one for marketing, one for doing the finance related aspects. Like that, he got 4 or 5 people. 5 people. Imagine today, you know the size of Facebook, right? Today, such a big billion-dollar enterprise was started by a single individual in a hostel room, and then he had only 5 people. That 5 people brought in their own set of people, and that's how the team grew. And then the entire establishment turned into what you today see as Facebook, such a huge thing. And this sort of a huge thing, it was not there from 500 years. No, it's not an establishment. Not if 100 years, not 50 years, right? 20 years. And today, businesses are taking up and scaling up new heights in 5 years. What is the secret of the success of all these businesses? A good hiring strategy. Okay, if you hire the right set of people and the right set of people contribute, your employees are your very important contributors to your growth. The second very important aspect of HR strategy is employee training methodology. How you train your employees. Okay, employee training is such an important aspect of the HR strategy, because many people know, they think uh, employees will work. How will they work? There any autopilot mode? Why will they just think like that? Is there anything to do with you hired, so you do it from tomorrow? It will work on autopilot. No, you have to tell them what are you hired for. Why did you hire them? What is the real point in hiring them? Like that, we have to tell them, encourage them. And one of the most important aspects of the HR strategy is the paying. Okay, HR strategy's main goal or task should be, goal or task in the long run should be to create self-managing teams. Self-managing teams. Sir, what do you mean by self-managing teams? What are you talking about? This small teams which are, for every small task you need not tell them. It just consists, self-managing teams anywhere have between 5 to 15 members. There will be one leader within them. They will have a task. They will only do that. They are given a little power. Motivation will be there. Sir, are you saying what is the right word to do that? Empowerment. Okay. Team members, they will learn all tasks. Self-managing team, they know. It's a self-managing team is a task-oriented. Self-managing team is what? Task-oriented. They'll learn everything about a particular task, and they'll do all of that and fulfill. There'll be a responsibility. One leader will be there. He will take care of what it is, and these people will all work together and make sure that the outside somebody will not keep guiding them. The self-managing team. Now, sir, once this self-managing, is it easy to establish this? No. But once established, sometime back I was telling, no, autopilot mode that will come. So this is the goal of HR strategy. At the end of the day, the HR strategy should be so good that it helps you create a self-managing team. And the last aspect of HR story is pay for performance. Pay for performance. I don't think I have to explain you this. In the name only it is there. You will get rewarded. How much will you get rewarded? What will you get rewarded? You will get rewarded as much as you work for. Okay, sometimes linking your pay to the work performed. Linking your pay to the work performed, and that will only be called as pay for performance. Okay, so guys, because sometimes some people feel I'm working so hard for the organization, I'm doing everything, I'm always being underpaid and all that. We don't want that feeling, right? So that is what one needs to take into consideration, linking your pay to the work performed. So guys, I think those are the 4 strategies that are around in this topic, which is very important: production, marketing, HR, and logistics strategy, what I usually suggest at the end of every topic. So we have discussed around the last 30-35 minutes, we have discussed across all these strategies. That is after the break that I told you. So please go ahead and run through all these 4 strategies, and then I will continue with the next topic, which is called as organization structures. Organization structures are as much important as these strategies. Now, if you have a fantastic strategy, but you don't really have a proper structure to fit in, it is not going to make sense. So go through all these, and we will just about in a minute continue discussing the organization strategies. Come on. I mean, structures. Okay, guys, I have hope you've gone through that. Now, there are certain other aspects in HR strategy. People using as resources. Small paragraphs are there, 3, 4. Just take care. Middle line managers means who. I don't want to cover the entire thing here because I do have some other important aspects of organizational. 3, 4 small topics are there. Can we use people as resources? If you are using people as resources, what to do? Who are middle line managers? That's all. Okay, cover up that. Let's now move on to structuring the organization, right? What is it called? Structure or organization. Structuring the organization. How do we structure the organization, right? Now, generally what we will do, we'll draw map, hierarchy. Basically, what is a structuring means? What? Giving a formal structure, how it will work. First of all, preparing, charting out what? The formal work structure. Charting out the formal. If you're charting out a formal work structure, that is exactly what will be termed as uh, an organizational structure. Design of organizational structure. How many types of design are there? So see, first it talks about what does it do. uh, Formal work structure will provide you 2 aspects. Okay, first I will explain that, then I will come to the design. 5 basic types are there, we will design. One, right? It shapes the pattern of communication. Formal work structure what? Shapes the pattern of communication. It shapes the pattern of communication means what you are supposed to do and how you are supposed to do the pattern of communication. Then what are the skills required to move up to the organization? So if I'm working in level 8, what is the thing to go to level 7, from there level 6? How will I reach ultimately level 1? Or you can say level 1 to level 8 anyway, right? But in organization generally we will have level 8 means the analyst to senior vice president. How will I grow up the ladder? What skills are required in each area? Who are the functional specialists? Like that, it shapes up not only the pattern of communication, whom should you communicate to whom, but also it suggests the kind of skills, suggests the kind of skills required to move up the organization, to move up in the organization. Okay, these are the 2 main reasons or 2 ways basically what formal structures give up to. Then when we talk about design of organizational structure, we have 5. How many we have? 5 basic structure types. 5 structure types are there. What are these 5 structure types? Functional. First one is functional.
multi-divisional, means an organization is classified into multiple divisions. Okay. Then third one is the latest, called matrix. Latest means in the last decade or so it become very popular. A matrix structure where two lines of authority are there, both like vertical superiors and horizontal superiors, both will be there in that. And then if you're going cross border beyond the country, having one what do you say, head office and then subsidiaries and transnational structure. And the last one is something that everybody knows, called project based structure, which are temporary. We'll create a team structure for that particular project. Once the project is over, it will be dissolved. Okay, so this is how you are talking about structuring an organization, charting out a formal work structure, which will help you in 2 points. Then we have to talk about the 5 ways of how a organizational structure is designed, right? Is about the design of the organizational structure. Clear? 5 structure types are there. Let's see what those are and how they deal with each of these points are pretty important. uh, I hope you took a clearer look at what those are. Yes. Then let us move on to the very first structure, called as functional structure. So what about functional structure? In a functional structure, what will happen? In a functional structure, we have the CEO on the top. For obviously anything, we have the CEO on the top. CEO means the chief executive officer, and below them, we are now categorizing the entire organization into functions: finance, marketing, HR, production. You remember these? Logistics or supply chain, and then R&D. So this level, there is a CEO who makes important call the decisions, and at this level we have all the functions to handle. We have all the functions. So when we have all the functions to take care of, or functions to handle, this particular type of a structure which is established is only called as functional structure. Okay, a functional structure is purely based, it is a activity based. Functional structure is what? Purely activity based structure, right? Where primary activities are undertaken by the organization: finance, marketing, HR, and all that. But one of the points is there here. You have a problem of everything being blamed on the CEO. Okay. It's very good with one thing. It's activity based, and therefore, because it's activity based, there is clear definition of roles. A functional structure, clear definition of roles is there. Finance guys, what will they do? Marketing guys, what will they do? HR people, what will they do? Decision making, since this guy is making decisions, it's called centralized decision. Centralized decision making. Okay, that is there. So, like this, there are multiple aspects where you can consider the functional structure to be one of the best structures. But obviously, what happens is some limitations are there. In this particular, everything can't be classified into functions only. Everybody will be bothered about their finance team, will be bothered about only about them. So losing the sight of overall organization, that could turn out to be a problem, and it overburdens the top managers, and there can sometimes be conflicts internally between the finance manager and the finance team members. So like that, certain drawbacks are also there for the functional structure. Then what we are doing is, for slightly bigger organizations which outgrow the functional structure, where we can't manage it, maybe because we are now present in more geographic locations, or we are now present in more places than where we were earlier. So all these aspects are now being dealt with in the what do you call, multi-divisional structure. Multi-divisional. What is there in the multi-divisional structure? We are again going to put the CEO on the top. Okay, CEO is there on the top, no denying that. Now, what happens? The CEOs is CEO sitting at a headquarters. This is a completely headquarters driven system. Okay, CEO is the headquarters. Then what we are doing is dividing this entire story into divisions. We are making it as a division A, and division A will have a divisional general manager who is responsible for that. And below this division, each division will have finance, marketing, HR, production, inventory, everything will be there, but division wise. Then again, sir, can we do division B? Yes, division B will be there, for which division manager will be there again, divisional general manager, and the structure again continues: finance, marketing, HR, production, inventory, and again division 3. But you can't endlessly keep going with divisions, because there will be no purpose, right? If 10 products are there, you can't go with 10 divisions and all that. So for less diversified entities, where the limited number of people are there, where they want to create a structure like this, you can always create a flexible, people can be moved from one division to the other. Divisions can be, on what basis can you classify divisions? First of all, that is a big question. No, what basis can you classify divisions? The basis on which divisions can be classified are geography, Hyderabad division, Bangalore division, Chennai division, Delhi division, Mumbai division, like that. You can go with geography. You can then obviously go with product. Product A is one division, product B is one division, product C is one division. Huh? Product or services. Okay, division. This is a basic thing: product, services, or geography. You can classify them like that. And then now headquarters approval only will be there, but for all division A related aspect, divisional general manager will be responsible. The divisional general manager now becomes a crucial guy. um, Earlier, whatever problems you said, no conflict is happening between finance to marketing to HR, that will not be there here, because within inside this again there is a so a functional, sir, are you saying that a functional structure, when enhanced into a elaborately headquarters driven system, it becomes a divisional structure? Yes, you can even say that. Okay, so divisional structure, again, it is also having its own problems. This guy will demand more salary because he's a general manager, he's not a functional specialist, he's a generalized manager, so he needs more knowledge, more understanding, more work presence is there. So therefore divisional general managers may charge a higher salary. Then within the division, some division may get pure preference, some division may get CEO likes. So I'm just giving an example. CEO may like division A, may not like division B. Personal favoritism or such sort of problems can also be there. And then sometimes divisions may become too autonomous. Division in itself will become a separate business. So like that, some drawbacks are also there. But I hope everybody understood the divisional structure. This time, what we're doing is we are putting functions into multiple places, that itself replicates something called as a functional duplication. There is finance in division A, there is finance in division B, finance in division C also. Earlier it was like, no matter, even if you had 3 products, one finance team used to handle that. But again, like I said, this is not that this is good or this is bad. This is more to do with, in that context, what makes or what goes well or what works well. That is what one needs to take into consideration. Okay, this is the multi-divisional structure. Then I will take you through the next one. Take a look at the multi-divisional structure here: functional, multi-divisional. And then we have one very interesting structure called as the matrix structure. Let us talk about that, guys. Third one is a matrix structure. Now, what do you mean by matrix? Matrix is a formal arrangement of rows and columns that I hope everybody knows. So what is happening is, we're not disturbing the top level. CEO will be there here, right? Under the CEO, we'll have all those activities that we generally do. What are that? Finance, marketing, production, inventory management, logistics, R&D, whatever are there, they all will be there. HR, okay, inventory management and logistics are same, so I'll make the last one HR. All those attributes and activities are there. Now what happens is, The same guys are used for more than one task. Guys from finance, guys from marketing, guys from all these, we are horizontally connecting all of them, plus they are already vertically connected. And now we are going to start what is called project A. Then the organization decides to use the same set of people to do one more project called project B. So like this, where you have a functional hierarchy which is listed out, you report vertically also and you report horizontally also. This vertical horizontal combination is only called as matrix, right? So again, organizations which are newly established, they can follow the matrix structure. Well established entities might have a more detailed structure, but here these entities can have a matrix structure by establishing this. Okay, so a matrix structure is a combination of both flexibility and design from products and geographic divisions, everything brought together. So this all set of people are used to perform project A. The same guys are used to perform maybe. There's no rule that same guys have to be done. Same function I'm talking about. Same guy means here person A is doing, here also person A. I'm not saying here the same finance team is working. The function is duplicated. Huh? They are very flexible. Tomorrow the project B doesn't work, you can remove them. Okay, and project C you can bring another one. So adding or deleting projects becomes more easy, right? That is what it is. And since the distance between these people and CEO is very less, more layers are not there. Directly, the information on ground can be passed on to the CEO, and CEO can take quick decisions. It will enable the CEO to take a quick decision. So, those are some of the beneficial points about the matrix structure. Moving on, guys, straight away. 4 and 5 are two simple structures. Let me not waste much of a time. 4 is called transnational structure. Everybody knows what transnational is, right? Transnational structure. What is the transnational structure, guys? Where we have head office and then we have international subsidiary. Okay, we have a head office, and the head office has multiple, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. It has international subsidiaries. They'll all follow head office story only, but it is they're in different countries. International subsidiaries. Okay, so this is a story with respect to how it works. The transnational structure is set up, established. The domestic entities, each of them have their own country's rules to follow, but they are all supported by a common strategy coming from the head office. So this is like, sir, are you saying it's a multinational company? Yeah, it's more than that. It's called transnational company or transnational entity, right? Local responsiveness, global coordination. Two keywords you want to take home from this. One is called local responsiveness. How will you respond to this activity locally? Local responsiveness to what? To global coordination. Okay, local responsiveness and global coordination. These are the two key aspects. If you read that paragraph, you should be able to understand. I think all these are individually there in various countries. The national units, they're all brought together by one parent company and the corporate entity that establishes in more than one country. Why? Maybe because they have advantages. In country one, raw material is cheaper. In country two, the labor is cheaper. Now, like a lot of work is outsourced to India, right? So like that. You can use a transnational structure. This generally is used by global businesses. Let me say that if you are confined to a particular area and you work in only one area, this might not be a very lucrative or attractive structure for you. But if you are somebody who wants to go like stretch your wings for more than one country and all that, you can always use what is called as the
transnational structure. And the last one in this story is called as a project based structure. Project based. In the name only it is there. It doesn't hold much. The project based structure is very simple. What it is: establishment of certain teams, where project based structures are where teams are created. Teams are created. Teams are created. Work is undertaken. The teams are created. Work is undertaken, and then they are dissolved. And they are dissolved. That's all. Okay. So you can use this for construction companies. Use this like generally construction companies, software companies, construction or software companies. That is why if you are having any siblings or parents working in software, they keep telling that I'm working on this project. After the project is over, they'll be moved to another project, or it's not like they'll be removed from the job, but that project is over, that task is over. That's all. Right? Construction, software companies, etc. Other people also can use, but generally project based. Sir, are you saying it's a temporary? I don't want to use the word temporary, but yeah, like I said, it is time limited. I don't want to use the word temporary. I will say these are time limited structures. Time limited structures. Okay, there are some advantages. The project guys will focus only on the project. It will be very effective if you put the right guys. They are needed to do the project and all of that. That work will be finished accordingly. Accountability will be there. Array, you are responsible for project one, you are responsible for project two. Like that we can you know grab the accountability aspect of it. So that advantage is there. But having said that, projects, since they are not permanent structures, they may not be providing you the people will be like, what is there if I don't do well also, they'll put me on some other project. Okay. And then one project is over, somebody gained some good what do you say, what is it called, exposure or good strength, suddenly that project is dissolved. So the constant breaking up of these structures, one permanent structure is not getting established in the organization. So like that, the problems are, guys, again, across the last few minutes, I've explained you all the organizational structures: functional, divisional or multi-divisional, matrix structure, transnational structure, and project-based structures. Okay. The very, very important aspect of is structural choice. Okay. Now, structural choice. Let us discuss this topic to close this entire structure story, so that we can discuss some standalone concepts like SBU, BPR, and then the last topic of strategic control to wrap up this chapter. Right now, what do you do in the structural test? Which structure will suit the organization? Structural tests. They are classified into two. The four tests, and then we have five tests. This could turn out to be a question in the exam, guys. What structural tests are to be taken care? So the first four tests that have to be undertaken to see whether the structure will be working well or not. The first one is called as the market advantage test. What is it called? Market advantage test. Will this structure bring us any type of market advantage? Will this be beneficial? Is it like, say, structure follows a strategy? There is some person, my name Chandler. Chandler put a circle. Every time you change a strategy, strategy brings a change in structure. Okay. So structure follows the strategy. That's what his point is. So like that, is your structure in line with the strategy or not? That's the first test. Does it provide a market advantage? Two, the parenting advantage test. Parenting means somebody should be there above us to guide. So in this kind of a structure, like say functional structure, the CEO is always there to guide. In divisional general manager is there to guide, right? So it is called the parenting advantage. Parenting advantage test. Market advantage test, parenting advantage test. Then we have something called as a people test, whether it will fit people. Okay, your structure should not be having so many positions that lot of things are left empty. At the same time, your structure should not be with less number of positions where many people are not fit.
So the people test, whether the number of people that we have in our organization, will they be fit into those respective structures or not, that we have to check, and whether this structure will work out in the long run. It is called feasibility. It's called the feasibility test. Okay. So whether they will, I mean, whether this will really become feasible or not, that we have to check. Okay. So these are the four tests first we have to do. Once these four tests are done, then there are a couple of people called Gould and Campbell, right? Gould and Campbell. They proposed five more tests. What are these five more tests? Whether the structure fits in with the culture. Okay. These are culture tests. Huh? Whether it meets the specialized culture test. Okay, all are tests only, so I'm not writing the word. Specialized culture test. Difficult links test. Difficult links means whether all parts of the structure are linked properly or not. If linked, how are they linked? Right? Whether the proposed structure will link between the various parts of the organization. Is it very difficult? If one part of the structure is not connected to the other, then we will miss something called synergy. So whether the different parts of the organization are linked properly or not, and then how many layers of people are there. Every time, if everything is taken to the top for decision making, it's not a very uh, nice structure. Small problems also are coming to the top, whether they get local resolutions or not. Like that, you have to check the redundancy hierarchy test, then accountability test, who is accountable for what, and lastly we have a feasibility test. This side also we have a feasibility test, whether this will work or not. So Gould and Campbell, they gave these five tests, and you have to do all these five tests to see whether the entire organization structure as a whole, does it fit in or not. Okay, so right. So guys, what I suggest you now is to definitely put me on pause. We have discussed so many things. I mean, we've discussed the two major things of this chapter. The first part of the chapter discussing with all the aspects of implementation and formulation, and then we've now talked about all the various organization structures and structural tests. So put me on pause, go through entire thing, then I will take one last leg of this chapter where we'll discuss the SBU concept, small and simple. There is an SBU, then BPR, business process reengineering, and a little bit of insight on the strategic control aspects, and finally a small topic called goal congruence, which we will. These four are pending for discussion in this chapter, which I will take up after this revision that you do and come back, and then we will take up the last leg. I think it's going to be a 40-45 minute drive on the digital strategy chapter. Just a brush through would do. Okay, so guys, yeah, we are more than 75% through the marathon. So I hope you are into it almost. It's been what do I say? It's almost about 3.5 hours. I am not sure because whatever timeline it is, I hope if we've done that, and then of course we will now catch up further with the balance four topics of this chapter, and then we'll do digital strategy also. Okay, chalo. Take a minute to run through everything, guys. Let's do this and get back. Okay, guys, that means we are now back with the last part of the discussion where we shall talk about what is called as a SBU, a strategic business unit, or SBU. I will explain you these four concepts that are there, as I told you: SBU, BPR, all these in brief, because I think you have to anyway uh, run down them in detail. But like I said, I don't. I also want to put some time on the last chapter where we will discuss about digital strategy. So SBU. What about an SBU? SBU, guys, is the full form of which we all know. It's called as a strategic business unit. SBU is a strategic business unit.
And there are three characteristics of an SBU, right? See, it is, first of all, SBU is not some new entity. It is a part of the organization, part of the organization. Say, for example, if you're talking about Aditya Birla Group, okay, Hindalco is one SBU, Idea Cellular is one SBU, People, they have a clothing brand, that's one SBU, more supermarkets on SBU. So individually, each SBU comprises of several. Now, I'll say Hindustan Liver are there. All soaps you can group into one SBU. So SBU can either be a single business. SBU is either a single business or a group of related businesses. A group of related businesses. If anything is unrelated to each other, that will be kept as separate unit. Okay, so first one, SBU means either a single business or group of related business. Two, each SBU has own set of competitors. Each SB has own set of competitors who it will compete with. And again, the third and most important characteristic is each SBU has a manager. Each SBU has a manager or a CEO, whatever you want to call it, who is responsible, who is responsible for the SBU, the success of the SBU and all that. So these are the three very important characteristics of an SBU. There is a CEO on the top. You know how this works, right? Like there is a CEO on the top, okay, below which there is a instead of function, this time we'll have SBU1, SBU2, SBU1, SBU2, and SBU3. Like this, there are people. Now, SBU1 has, if you say, three divisions: D1, D2, D3. SBU2 no divisions. SBU3 again classified into D1 and D2. Now D1 has finance, marketing, HR. D3 has again finance, marketing. So like this, there is a sequence of steps to ensure what it is. So this is how the SBU and SBU structure looks like. And now, which is a appropriate thing to classify SBU? Okay, two classification of SBU. Classification of SBU can be done based on two criteria. One is called a market based criteria, as to understand in the market what presence will it have, and how are you targeting. Are you targeting the same set of customers or the others are targeting? That will entirely together make it up the market based criteria. Then the second one is capabilities based. Capabilities based criteria. What are the capabilities based criteria? Basically, if that is a particular SBU, right? You know, whoever, like say for example, if you take HUL, Hindustan Unilever, right? Soaps are there, food is there, washing powder, so many things are there. All soaps grouped into one, right? They that will enhance the capabilities, right? So, for example, all soaps, they have some common manufacturing process. Content may differ and their marketing may differ different. Now, like say there is the soap by name Peers, which is generally said to use, you know, like you will not get tears from eyes even if it goes to use for children. So just your idea of driving those to the people will differ, but soap making, the process, everything remains simple. Okay, so that is what an SBU is and how does it work about an SBU. There is nothing very detailed given about SBUs in our syllabus, so this much should do. There's another important question that can come in the exam: the difference between formulation and implementation, which is a small paragraph, but you can go through that. Formulation is an on paper process while implementation is an action process. Formulation focus on effectiveness, implementation focus on efficiency. Formulation is a thinking intellectual process, implementation is an operational process. Formulation requires thinking and analytical skills, while implementation requires motivational skills. And formulation requires only few individuals to sit and coordinate to formulate a plan, while implementation requires many people to do it. Okay, so that is what the story is. 5 points. I will write it here. I will not write the 5 point, but um, I will just write the story: formulation versus implementation. Okay, formulation versus implementation.
5-point difference table. So when you come to this page, you will have to go there and refer the 5-point differences. Okay. Then moving on quickly to the next topic, which is called BPR, or business process reengineering. So what do you mean by BPR, or business process reengineering? Let me go by the definition. BPR means the fundamental rethinking. You're going back to the roots. Three words, guys: fundamental rethinking, comma, radical redesign. Fundamental rethinking, radical redesign, okay, of the business processes, the fundamental rethinking, radical redesign of the business process. Why? Okay, let me just bring this: fundamental rethinking, radical redesign of business processes. Third word is to achieve. Why are you doing this? To achieve dramatic improvement. And when we say dramatic improvement, it means not some 5-10% change. It's about 80 to 90% change that we are aiming at. Dramatic improvement. So if you want to understand this definition in greater detail, you have the three words to pick up: fundamental rethinking, going back and dramatic improvement. Where? One more important. Let me complete that sentence. Where? So as cost, quality, in all these areas you want to cost, quality, service, the rate at which you do things, and speed, dramatic improvement in all these areas. Okay, so how do you do this? This is a radical redesign. That means you are not going to keep anything of what you've been doing in the past. This will be a complete changeover. And when you do things of this sort, no, it should benefit that entire organization. Doing a BPR and then failing to achieve something might not take you anywhere. So BPR should be done in such a way that at the end of the day of doing BPR, it should be beneficial for the entity. Okay, that is the main idea. The fundamental rethinking, radical redesign of the business process so as to achieve a dramatic improvement in terms of cost, quality, service, and speed. All these are part of the BPR. Fundamental rethinking is about going back and asking the question: why do we do what we do? Why do we do what we do? Are we doing it correctly? You are supposed to go ahead, ask that question. Why do we do what we do? And when you get answers to those questions, then you have to go back and rebuild the whole thing. That part of radical redesign, changing in a dramatic manner. Like I said, when I say dramatic improvement, it is not any 5 to 10%. It is about 80 to 90% change is expected. Okay, 80 to 90% change we are expecting. And then if there is a particular process, break free from all the existing process, come out with a completely new process. And how do you do it? What will you do? There is an IBM example also, process reengineering, in our study material. You can go through that. But if you understand this concept, all we need is to like just go by understanding the root of it or the sense of it. Okay, so please take a minute quickly to run through the concept, both of what you see as the last two topics that we discussed here. What you discussed as BPR, what we discussed, one second. Yeah, I'm bringing that for you. What we discussed as BPR, and then what we are now going to discuss. Yeah, one second. Yes, take a minute to check through and run through that. Then we will discuss the story of controls. I hope you have gone through that, guys. So let's move on now to the next part of the story. Can we go there? So moving on, next one is called as managerial control. Now, control is one of those topics that it's a simple topic, but at the same time, it is important that you understand strategic control. What is the concept of strategic control? Strategic control is required at which level? Right, control is required at all three levels in the organization. Okay, where we talk about at corporate level. At corporate level, what we offer,
At corporate level, what we offer and establish. My bad. Wait a second there. Yeah. At corporate level, what we offer and establish is called as strategic control. Then we have the other two levels, business level and functional or operational level, right? Now, as part of strategic control at business level, we use what is called as managerial control. Managerial control. And at functional level, what we use is called as, or operational level, we use as operational control. Operational control is more bothered about efficiency, answers in terms of numbers, right? Efficiency, input output, a measurable relation between input output. Okay, a measurable efficiency. If anybody asks you what that is, efficiency will be a measurable relation between input and output. A measurable relation between input and output. That's what this topic is all about. You have to find out what exactly control is. Efficiency is a measurable relation between input output. Control and quality relation is there, whether sometimes, whether we are getting the result that we want. For that we use managerial control, which emphasizes about optimal utilization of resources. Optimal utilization of resources. Whether you are able to use the resources properly, and whether you are able to get the right set of things to, what do you say, ensure that you are getting what is the desired result. So if something is going away, like I told you, evaluation and control, first we'll evaluate and find out what are those. So there is a connection between four aspects. I will come back to strategy control. Under strategy control there are 4 points. Okay, what are those 4 points? We'll come back and read. Meanwhile, alongside these four, I also have to tell you that there is some kind of a connection between, connection between what and what? Connection between control and efficiency. If you are not achieving the efficiency levels, you have to ensure that you bring in that efficiency is measurable, right? Like I think that is what you're doing in costing. You did a topic called standard costing, right? How much is the standard, how much is the actual, what we are getting, and all that, right? Control and efficiency. Second one, quality checks you can do. Control and quality, you can find out what exactly the difference, where is the difference, all of that. Then we also talk about control and innovation. Control and innovation. Very important thing is, how are you taking up innovation? Because sometimes, when you do innovation, there is a possibility that you may go wrong. So control will help you, because see, whenever nobody found anything without taking that extra risk or hard work, right? So that will be there. When you do innovation, things may go wrong, you have to bring in control. And fourth one, there is a control and responsiveness. Control and responsiveness of customers. Okay, when customers don't respond to something, you might want to make a change there also. These 4 points I should have discussed first. Anyway, I discussed the levels of control. At all three levels we need controls, and one of the very important points about control is that it is applicable to the whole organization, right? So is it individual control, overall control, output control? What are the various control aspects? If you see that, I will come to three types of control. But before that, let me tell you there are four strategic control. One is called premise control. Premise means the premises, the surrounding, the basic in which we live, right? So if you're doing a overall understanding of what is there around us, that is called premise control. Okay, and on a specific aspect. But if you're doing it the same thing on a broad based environmental aspect, it is called as strategic surveillance. Okay, premise control is very focused, and strategic surveillance is broad. It takes care of the entire environment. Strategy, like a CCTV, what is going on around us, like that. Strategic surveillance. Okay, So this one. Then third one, like floods can come, terrorist attacks can happen. These are like certain things that you don't expect. So what if something happens like that? Special alert controls are to be implemented for that. Premise control, strategic surveillance, special alert control, and last one is implementation control. The implementation control is going to tell us whether the strategy is implemented as desired or not. Like on a highway, if you are going, we'll have milestones to review. Are we reaching the correct? Two things we have to ask when you're traveling on a highway. One, are you going on the correct road? That's called monitoring strategic thrust. Okay, let me find some space right here. Implementation control deals with two things, right? Monitoring strategic thrust. Trust means the main idea. Are you still focused on the main idea? And the next one is called milestone reviews. What is it called? Milestone reviews. Are you able to achieve or reach to the milestones correctly? Are you going in the same path or not? Right? We can find out all of this. Then I have three important points we have to talk about in control, right? One is people control, levels. Before we discuss the levels, there are some types of general controls. One is personal control. Okay, should I write that for you? Yeah, I think we can do that. Types of control. You're saying what are the various types of control? First one is called personal control. Personal control, trying to understand the behavior of a person, face-to-face interaction, conducting meetings, sending circulars, all that can happen. Then at the factory level, we have what is called output control. What you are giving as input, what is coming as the output, what is the end result, what changes can we make to end result is coming correctly, but it's taking a lot of time. So all those efficiency related aspects, setting number targets, asking them to do it more faster, all of that you can do. And the third one is behavior control. Behavioral control is a psychological aspect. Whenever we talk about behavior control, is about putting up some rules in order. Rules. If you put some rules in some place, it will be, you know, it will ensure that yes, people are behaving the same way with respect to this. So these are the three types of controls. If they ask you, strategic controls, 4 points I've already explained you, and then last topic in controls is control approaches. Approaches to control, approaches to strategic control. There are, again, here also there are a couple of approaches. One is a traditional approach, the other one is a contemporary approach. Okay, two things. Traditional approach, traditional approach, and contemporary approach. So two things here. Under this approach of traditional approach, steps are very sequential. 1, 2, 3, 4. What are the steps? One, first you will check whether the strategy is properly formulated, then whether the strategy is implemented. Check standard costing type, performance versus goals, and where corrective measures can be taken. Right? Traditional approach is a 4-step approach. How many steps? Traditional approach, 4 steps. What are the 4 steps? Let us put that also. 1, formulation. Check formulation. 2, check implementation. Formulation, implementation. 3, check results, take corrective measures. Okay, these are the 4 parts. Contemporary approach is something like a reactive behavior. Contemporary approach is adapting to the changes, adapting to changes in external environment. External environment is stable or dynamic? It is very dynamic, right? So if you are adapting to the changes in the external environment, change is a usual thing. Change is an integral part and parcel of business. Nothing is going to stop because you know or you don't know something, right? So it's all going to change accordingly, and according to those changes we have to make sure that
these things are laid out. Okay, so these are the points on the types of control and all of it. So I want you to quickly go through that. Accordingly, we'll be in a position to quickly figure out the last part of the discussion in this chapter, called as goal congruence. What exactly is goal congruence? You can run through this, then we will discuss. There is also one more topic, guys, here, which is called as the role of strategic control. Okay, so what is the role of strategic control? You can just run through that. It's a small piece of the story towards the end. uh, I want now to, yeah, individual control is also there. One thing, each particular task, if you control, they are called as task control. Though I told you here in the previous part, we told you, right? Operation, corporate level, business level, functional level, that is operational control. And then one more control, the fourth branch, if you want to add up there, you can as well call it as task control. Task control is for individual tasks, each and every tasks, right? You have some metrics to use here. Key result areas, KRAs, right? Key performance indicators called the KPIs. Okay, KRAs and KPIs can be used to understand, like what your ultimate understanding of the entity is. There is a little piece of discussion on what those are. You might want to go through that, but other than that, this is the major idea of controls and key performance areas, key result areas, and key performance indicators. These three topics, I want you to go through that. And lastly, we have one discussion on what is called as goal congruence. Let me give you an insight to wrap up this chapter. What is this concept of goal congruence? Now, goal congruence, before we go to understand what exactly that is, see, goal congruence is such a topic where a specific discussion on it will just tell you that individual goals and organizational goals, they should not go into different. Okay, main idea is individual goals and organizational goals, individual goals and organizational goals should coincide. That is the main idea of goal congruent. They should coincide. They should, organizational goals or organizational interests, they are to be upheld. Organizational interests is a very important thing, because at the end of the day, after you do everything, if it doesn't go in the direction of what you want, then it may not work out. So that is why individual goals and organizational goals should coincide. There is a basic understanding called as agency theory. What theory? Agency theory. Okay, agency theory is nothing but an organization is a nexus of all legal contracts. 100 legal contracts are there, 100, 200, 500,000. A organization is a combination of all these legal controls. So that is exactly how an organization is built up. So what this suggests is, all of these contracts, when they fulfill a particular purpose, they should serve the broader idea of doing something, right? To achieve goal congruence, people need to be explained about what the goals are. Sometimes when these don't match, like I said, the service provider is doing something of the contract. Why are you taking that service? You also don't know. So sometimes there could be a problem in the agency theory, which says that, the uh, service providers may not understand what we want. So for them to understand our goals, there needs to be something called as goal congruence to be established. How do you do that? It's to solve this conflict of interest, you need to explain, talk. The only way how you can do this is talk and clearly explain them, pay bonuses, reward your managers, communicate properly. Communicating and understanding, that will be the best thing. And achieving goal congruence, achieving goal congruence. How do you achieve? This could be a question in the exam, guys. Achieving goal congruence. One,
Communicating. Talk what you want to achieve, that you tell everybody, because without you telling, they don't know. Communicating and understanding. Communicating and understanding. To create direction. Create direction. 3, motivation. And 4, incentivization, or providing incentives. By doing all this, uh, incentives. And lastly, connection between goals and performance measures. You have to establish, this is our goal, this is what we got, so how did we achieve everything finally. That connection has to be established. This, if you're lucky, if you get this question, then the entire thing should work out for you. That will be called as achieving goal congruence. Okay, guys, I think broadly 85% of this topic has been covered. 80, I'll say. That little piece of strategic control aspects toward the end, please give them a reading, because like I said, I don't want to go para by para. I hope you would have taken a little care in doing whatever is needed. Okay, so on that note, let's call this particular topic done, and then let's say we'd have about another 30 minutes to 40 minutes discussion on the digital strategy, the last chapter, and we will wind up. Don't ignore that chapter. Many people have told me that, like, sir, we'll take digital strategy, right, we'll do the other three. See, I also dealt all these three in larger detail, and some people have this tendency, digital strategy will take lights, or no problem. Don't do that, right? So please go through this. I'm coming back with digital strategy in a, I mean, of course, you can pause me right now and run through all of it, and we will then continue looking at what we call as the digital strategy. All right, guys, let us then move on to the last part of our discussion, which is called as a digital strategy. Let us now discuss this piece. It's a small but a very important piece of discussion, right? Digital strategy, uh, less weightage, but yeah, definitely helpful for scoring the marks that we need to. A small but a very, what do you say? One of the latest things that is happening in the market is about digitization or digital transformation. So, what is digitization? What is digital transformation? And this is all story that started post 2019 2020. So this is something that in the recent times has gained a lot of importance. You can say topics like cloud computing, topics like internet of things, smart watches. I'm not wearing one right now, but I hope all of you are aware of what smart watches are, what we have, these assistants, the Google Assistant, the Amazon's Alexa Assistant. So many are there that right now are being used to give voice commands and direct things. The first and very important question that we have to ask when it comes to digitization is, see, so much of digitization is there. One thing that every business has to understand when it comes to digital strategy is, do we need it? Okay, digital strategy is a great concept, digital transformation is fantastic, all that is there, but we do we need it now? Like, if my business is something where I can sell the product physically, and only selling the product physically makes more sense, then I think that should be the one to talk more about, right? So before even I discuss anything, the first important question that I expect out of this story is 5 questions to be asked, right? 5 questions that are very relevant in asking whether digital study is necessary or not. One, whether digital technology change, does it affect our business, right? Does digital technology change affect the business you are in, right? Does digital technology digital technology change your business? Now, many people, I gave examples in the regular class. We've seen that, many people have not adopted to QR codes, or the, like, what do you say, scan and pay concept. Many people have not gone by that. They are like, okay, what's a big deal? We'll see. But that's not how it has to work, right? Digital technology, whether the change is influencing you or not, you have to see, yes, if somebody is going off from your business to another business because you are not digitally upgraded yourself, that I don't think is a like you're not at par with the market. That's what I can say. Then question number 2 is, how does digital technology improve DT? I'll put it in short, digital technology, or rather, wait, say, how does digital technology, here I'll write sorry. How does digital technology improve the way of doing our business? How does digital technology improve the way we do business? Second question, right? 3, can we reach out to a larger audience? Could digital technology change our customer, change our target customer? Could digital, because see, earlier people who don't know about you, now they get to know about you, and like say for example, one of the best things to happen to the digital world, boat, right? Boat, they are completely and on, the boat earphones, right? Like the one that I might have one here, yeah, right, see this one, the boat, simple, right? There are so many of those, but these are the most easily available products online, and their idea is something very simple in the today's market. Those guys who are using these kind of products, they're always there online, they're having smartphones, so why go put up shops, right? The target customer itself change. The target customer is online audience. Understood? And then value proposition. What is the value proposition of the target customer value? When you say value proposition, like how do they consider you as a digital things to be value proposition to your target customer? End of the day, do they value what you're doing or not? And how digital transformation helps in gaining, how digital transformation helps in gaining a competitive advantage. Okay, how digital, these are the 5 questions that if one answers, you should be in a position to tell you whether the digital transformation exercise is really relevant to you or not. If it works, I mean, like if it is needed, you go for digital transformation, because I don't think it is a small exercise. Every organization can't afford to do what is called digital transformation, because it's not a funny exercise also. It's not about just buying a couple of laptops or putting a couple of computers and say this is what digital transformation is. No. So some of these solutions are very hard. I think we discussed about BPR. It's a complete business process re-engineering. So if you're bringing digital technology or digital transformation into your business, your existing business can be disruptive, right? So if your existing business is disruptive, you need to be having solutions. Okay, in the disruption period, how will you handle it? What will you do if competitors are bringing a better solution than yours? See, because no, now the competition spreads. If you're physical business, the competition is only in and around your area and whoever they are. But once you go online, the whole world is your competition. So if somebody finds a better product than yours elsewhere, they'll probably go with it immediately. So therefore it's important to understand uh, how to use digital strategy, whether our business really requires it or not. Now, from the first chapter, the strategy is a long range blueprint. So it's a, in this case, digital strategy is like an integrated plan for how to do digitization. Sir, are you saying that in an organization where digitization is not there, we are doing digitization, or already digitized organization, are we going, it could be anything, upgrading to a new technology, it could be that, or it could also be something to do with completely bringing a new set of technologies. Whatever it is basically about how one has to look at the change in digital uh, platform, you can say, right? These 5 questions, if you answer, you'll be through by explaining that. Now, what about digital transformation? Does this concept, does digital transformation bring competitive advantage? Does digital transformation bring competitive advantage? Yes or no? This depends on how you do it. It's not like a simple question where you say, yeah, digital transformation brings you competitive advantage, go do it. That is not the answer there. We have to get a clear understanding of does this bring or not. Now if your understanding says no sir, after doing digital transformation also it's not going to really help us, because digital transformation in itself is a different story. It's a different set of skill sets are required to do that, and maybe we don't have that skill set, so then what to do? So I think you have heard terms like innovation. uh, Invention is finding out something new. Innovation is about finding new ways to do something. So now we have a mix of these terms called as innovation. Innovation is nothing but bringing new technologies into space. So trying doing all that, will it help you gain a competitive advantage? That is the question here. Yeah, of course it does help you in getting competitive advantage, provided you are looking at in a particular manner. So how you are doing it, that is more important than what you are doing. Of course, no doubt what you are doing is very important, but at the same time technology can be similar. Technology can basically be same to everybody, but the way you present an idea, the way you present and adopt it in your business, like say I'll give you a simple example, artificial intelligence. Going forward there is a small discussion on that artificial intelligence, concepts of blockchain. Now see, please understand here, what we are trying to do through this is change our mode of doing business, not the business, right? Digitally we can reach more, digitally we can achieve ease, convenience. That's what we are trying to do. But if our competitors are already able to do that, and you spend on something that's not going to do value addition, so that is the question that you have to ask. Does this add value, bring competitive advantage? For that, what value addition? Okay, what value addition does digital transformation as such bring? If the value addition is good enough that people can say yes, this is creating some value, then you can say okay, we can go ahead and do digital transformation, right? So there are some introductory paragraphs in this chapter that I want you to read with. So basically these five questions, this paragraph I'm more interested because this can probably come in the exam as such as a question. What are those points that are to be considered for doing digital transformation? Okay, uh, let me get to one exam question that I always look around to. What exactly can come from here is, what are the common elements of a digital strategy? This could turn out to be a question in the exam. So common elements of a digital strategy. What are the common elements? Five, I mean, like four elements are there. What are those four elements? Let's get to each of them one by one. The first one is you have to choose a leader, right? One, choose a leader. Choose a leader, because you are not well versed in doing this. This might even be sometimes the first time that you're doing a digital transformation. So you choose a leader who is going to do it. If your CEO is well versed with doing it, you can take them, or anybody who's having a understanding of what the digitization is, pick up them. Second, attack versus defend. Sir, what do you mean by attack versus, let me write, attack versus defend? See, sometimes you have to be the first one to do something. Sometimes when somebody else is doing something first, you should be in a position to take it. So it's, sir, are you saying it's more like a proactive reactive? Yes, exactly. Are you going to be proactive with respect to this, or are you going to be reactive with this? And one more very very important step is step number 3. Take a measured approach. This is the first time you're doing something, you don't know what could be the answer. Sometimes it can go out of our understanding, out of our bounds. So better thing to do there is to take a measured approach. And also then the last part is about, it is what should it be? Future proof. Because you spend all the money and do something very innovative and very nice, and then suddenly everything goes for a toss, it will be of no use. So the goal of digital transformation should be for creating a fantastic business. Even going forward in the future, when you do something like that, it should be viable. That is our main idea. Okay, so those are the points. I would like you to take a minute and go through these points. Whatever content is surrounding that, please kind of revise that also, so that it will be helpful. And then I will continue with the next topic. Okay, guys, let's move on. I would want to discuss a set of 4 words before we proceed further deeper into the topic. What are these 4 words? One is innovation. Okay, innovation. I hope all of you know this, but still, going forward, I don't want anybody saying I don't know these basics. So that is why innovation, digitization. Okay, innovation, digitization, digitalization, digitalization, and lastly, digital transformation. Okay, these are the 4 aspects. What is innovation? Now, normally, when do you talk about innovation? What do you mean by innovation? See, today you have to come out with new ways of doing things. What was in the past, my grandmother used to do like that. My grandfather used to follow that. That theory might not work today. So, you have to find out a new perspective. Okay, so innovation is about new methods of doing things, or it could be new things. You can say path breaking, ground breaking. These are the words that you can use. Innovation can be, say, ground breaking. Okay, path breaking or ground breaking could be the words to use. Huh? So finding out some new ways of doing things, and that is what others are not doing and you're doing. This can be like a path breaking thing for you. Innovation. Digitization, this is very easy. Convert analog, that is physical, convert physical. Physical is also called as analog. Convert physical into digital form. Converting physical into digital is called digitization. This is very simple. Many people mistake the word digitization for digitalization. No, digitalization is use of all digital technologies. It could be computing technology, it could be some other marketing technology, anything. But digitalization is use of digital technologies. Use of digital technologies. And lastly, when we talk about digital transformation, this is an entire process of applying the digital technologies into the business, from old business form to new business form. This is application of digital technologies. Application of digital technologies. This is what is the digital transformational aspect. So these are the 4 very important definitions, guys. Whether it comes in the exam or not, I want all of you to have an understanding, because tomorrow when you're out into the market, I don't want you to get caught short about this one. Okay, so I hope everybody knows what these words are. Now let us move on to a fresh, new, very important topic. This I see as a question in the examination, so let me lay down that for you. It is called layers of digital transformation. Layers of digital transformation. What are the various layers? Very simple. First, you have to gather the data, then segregate the data. Then, whatever process you are doing now, you have to automate that process. What are the steps involved in the process? You have to figure out that it is called as uh, using a algorithm or a sequence of steps, and then how to get those steps into action. An integration of a platform, like Android is a platform for us to use the phones, like that platform integration is called. Then start to end to end processing, first step to last step. And finally, how we see that as the front end software. A front end software is required on how to access. Now physical paper documents were there, so now you want to see something like that in digital. Then on what document you will be able to see, on which platform? All those are the other aspects. Okay, let us now say what are the various layers of digital transformation. First is gathering the data, which is called as data aggregation. Gathering the data, data aggregation.
followed by data management, data aggregation, data management, workflow automation, workflow automation, then process development. In process development, it is all the algorithms and all that, process development. Then listing down interface or platform development, or you can even say platform integration. Then end to end processing. End to end means first line, I mean the first part of the algorithm, the first step to the last step, end to end processing. Whenever there are any mistakes in this end to end processing, they are only termed as bugs. Bugs are any programming errors or whatever it is, be able to figure out that. And finally, you need a front end software to see how that works or what it is, right? These are the various layers of digital transformation. Take a look at those. This 7 points. There could be a question in the exam around this one. Come on. All right, guys, let us move in then on to the next one, where I have a small topic coming up called as big data. I think all of you today are well aware of what exactly the big data concept is, but still we will discuss it in short. Big data. What is the concept of big data? Big data is humongously huge amount of data, right? Huge amount of data. Mammoth, humongous, that is the set type of words that generally huge amount of data all accumulated in one place, and it keeps growing with time, right? And one of the best examples, big data examples are stock exchange data. Number of orders being punched every 10 seconds, 15 seconds, so many orders are being punched, right? That one, stock exchange data. Then we have social networking sites. Social networking, so don't even ask. I hope all of you know how we have social networking, like on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. The amount of data that we have, that such huge amount of data, the collection of all of this, that is only called as the big data. The collection of really huge amount of number of transactions that happen on IRCTC, number of transactions that happen on Amazon daily, on the sales portal, like that. So that those are all coming under big data. Now, so what is so serious about big data that you want to explain? Yes, I want to explain the types of big data, because that could be a question in the exam. What are the types of big data? One, a organized neat pattern of data which follows a particular sequence is called as structured data. Then some portion of it is neat but some portion is not, then it is called as semi-structured data, and the third one is called as unstructured data. So these are the three types of the data. Humongous huge amount of data is called as big data. Stock exchange data or social networking, all those are basically considered as big data, the three types of big data. Now, there are another important question that can come in the exam is about the four characteristics. What are the four characteristics of big data, right? It's very easy to remember. Four V's. Okay, one, volume. Huge. There is no second thought about it. The volume is huge or humongous, or however you want to say. And then the second one, the second feature is called variety. Obviously, when you collect such huge data, they are not going to correspond to only one trend or pattern, right? This variety, the word you have to remember here is, first one is huge, second one is heterogeneous. Heterogeneous means, I think everybody knows homogeneous and heterogeneous, right? Homogeneous means data which is same. Heterogeneous, data which is absolutely unstructured or semi-structured. Huge. Okay, structured, unstructured, semi-structured, everything. The variety is so high, and then the rate at which the data gets generated, that is called the I'll write the explanation. Speed or rate at which the data gets generated, that is called as velocity.
I wish this question comes in the exam. It's such an easy one. And the last one is called as variability. That means the rate at which it changes, right? Variable means obviously it's not going to be same throughout. So the rate at which it changes, that's what is called as variability. So this is the story of big data, guys. You might want to take a look down on the big data aspect. Small topic, but yeah, right. What is big data and what are the three types of big data? They can ask you that question. What is big data and explain its four characteristics. This alone can turn out to be a question. So small simple topics, but yeah, definitely questions can come in the exam around that. Okay. Then moving on, I can quickly follow up to the next topic because that is a very easy topic as such, which is called as cloud computing. What exactly is cloud computing? Cloud computing is anything that you do over the internet. Clouds. Okay, cloud is anything over the internet. Cloud computing. Anything over the internet, that's what is called cloud computing. Generally, it is a term used for services provided over the internet, where this very concept of internet is visualized as clouds. Internet only is visualized as clouds. So basically that's what the story of cloud computing is all about. uh, so what are the various, so you said services, what are the various services? If you can ask me that, there are infrastructure as service, software as service. Now, like software as service means, see, you don't have a PDF to Word converter or Word to PDF converter, you don't have. So you can just go on Google, just simply type that Word to PDF converter. It'll open up a host of websites that provide you that software as a service. You don't even have to install that software in your system. You just can go onto their website and start working on it. So that is one of the most commonly used models right now. And then we have platform as a service. This is not for you or me. This is generally for code writers who write code. No, those guys, they use all this infrastructure as service, software as service, and platform as service. uh, I mean, other services are also there, but these three are the most top rated, right? Then cloud computing types. What are the various types of cloud computing? Here, normally there are three types of clouds. Clouds that are open to everybody are called as public clouds, like Google Drive and all that. And organizational clouds, which are restricted only within the organization, they are called as private clouds. Some portion is restricted while some portion is open to everybody, is called as a hybrid cloud. There's also one more cloud called community cloud that is not much discussed in your syllabus. So therefore, let me just avoid it. Public, private, and hybrid cloud. These are the three types of clouds that are very prevalent in the market. And those newly established entities which can't establish servers on their own, for them cloud computing is a boon. Okay, so cloud computing, if you really ask me, sir, does cloud computing have any benefits? Of course yes, cloud computing benefits. If you put for what those benefits are, first one is huge cost management. For small businesses and new businesses, there is tremendous amount of cost management. Second one, data mobility. Data mobility, that means data is available wherever you are. You just have to like say, now I have a phone, I'm carrying around my phone and going wherever. Sir, does your phone have all the data? No, my Google Drive has. So wherever I am, so much of data I can't carry in my phone, so I have upload everything on my Google Drive. But from wherever, all I need is a device. Yeah, one thing is there in cloud computing. One, you need a device, and two, the device has to have internet. Otherwise this whole exercise of no use. And then business will not stop. Business continuity, and disaster recoverability. Business continuity means suddenly, even if it stops somewhere, the concept of doing business stops somewhere, but you still be able to recover and do it in such situations, right? But there are a lot of demerits of cloud computing as well. Now when we talk about benefits, obviously another aspects that we have to talk about are the demerits. One of these can turn out to be questions, guys, but these three benefits, no, they are so good that they can outweigh all the demerits, right? I want you to go through the list. I don't want to write a long list of demerits are there. Like cloud security is one of the issue. Cost can sometimes be very high. Governance rules may not be established in many countries. So, like, say, probably what will happen to my data? Nobody's going to talk about what is happening to my data when they only themselves exactly don't know what can happen to my data. So, basically, uh, that's a very important question to answer. No, at the end of the day, if I'm not aware of what happens to my data, right, that is what there was a problem in between storing data in Chinese servers. Chinese government has access to all the servers, so if we store some critical data over there, somebody is getting to know that, and they'll be in a position to see all that data. That's not something that we would want to. Plus, vendor may sometimes put certain rules, and whenever we need, vendor may not allow us to access the data, or from one cloud platform if you want to migrate to another cloud platform. Like this I faced a few years back. From Google Drive, I wanted to migrate some data to Amazon Web Services, AWS, another cloud. So I had to get all the data out from Google Drive, and then I had to re-upload all that to AWS. So it's not like a cloud to cloud movement. Sometimes it's not possible. It's called inter-cloud management, and sometimes that is not possible. So like that, yeah, there are some demerits. Every good concept will have some demerits. So that's what a small but a very insightful topic called cloud computing is. Uh, like I said, I've revised all the points. I might want you to spend some time and run through that. It's not going to take more than 10-15 minutes on its own on a standalone basis also, right? Let's talk about some of the emerging technologies. If you're talking about some of the emerging technologies, I think I can, like towards the fag end of this, I can really I don't want to, like do spoon feeding at this level and tell you this is what it is. But yeah, I will tell you certain points, because after doing so much, I don't want you to think that, what is the big deal of doing another topic. So that is exactly why students sometimes tell, sir, anyway, you did such a long thing. Why not explain those two, three small things also? My contention will be like, I did such a long thing. Why can't you read those two, three on your own? Anyway, that debate will never end. I've seen this over the years. Guys, at the same time, if you have watched this through all till here, right? I'm not somebody who says, generally, we don't do this for the sake of, like we are not doing any, what do you say? Uh, view oriented content. No, get me more views, get this. So you have an exam, you would have searched this and come here. And if you have heard me till here, right, that is for such long time, do one thing, that definitely leave a comment down, so that others, it inspires others to understand. I've watched the whole marathon. Just say that, it's not like somebody coming on a marathon and commenting saying, like or hitting a like. That's not what. Did it serve your purpose, right? So when you do that and leave a comment saying that, that I run through the entire marathon and it did work for me, help me, whatever. Others, when they are coming, many people, even I, when I'm watching a YouTube video, what do? I'm watching some video, and if it's a long video, what is the first thing that you'll do? You'll hit the comment. So somebody says, this is very good here, that is very good here. Now if you've heard me all this is the first time throughout the entire video I'm telling this, right? So just go and drop a like or a comment. Comment is what I feel is a very appropriate thing, rather than, this is not some, like I said, a social media video to have likes. This just for you to, like, the probably this is going to be for there another for 2 attempts, 2.5 attempts. This is going to be there around. So the further ones who come also, they'll be like, wow, this benefited somebody. This will be better. Okay, so do that, and definitely do let me know your feedback, or if you have any doubts, do take a little care on those. And if you want my help, you can reach out to me on my Telegram, which is also the same name that you see below me right now, CA Harish Krishnan. You will find me on Telegram. You can reach out. Okay, let's get to the topic, guys. It's called artificial intelligence. I think all of you who are now watching this video are on the internet, so you know what are the good things and the danger things about AI, right? So what exactly is AI or artificial intelligence? Simple, I'll tell you. Intelligence is a concept. Intelligence is exhibited by humans, right? Normally intelligence is exhibited by humans. When this intelligence is normally exhibited by humans, is now exhibited by machines intelligence, which is normally exhibited by humans, which is now exhibited by machines, then it becomes AI or artificial intelligence. One of the most what do you say, advanced concepts of our times. What you earlier only could think of has now become a reality. Machines creating more machines. You saw the, like back in your childhood probably, or sometime, it's over a decade or so, you saw a movie, a robo movie. I'm like, there are a lot of Hollywood movies which have all these like sci-fi stuff, but in India, though there are movies that, one movie by name Robo became very popular, right? And it shows the ill effects of how one robo could take over the entire control. Like, sir, are you saying is that real? Yeah, of course it is real. If, like, say if it goes rogue, the entire system, Facebook shut down a project. Elon Musk is warning people about ill effects of AI. There are a lot of people right now using AI technology to morph pictures, do videos. You've seen the prime minister of the country put in music videos. A lot of people's face have been changed. Video will be of somebody, what they're talking is of somebody. All these are because of artificial intelligence. System is learning. One of the subsets of the concept of artificial intelligence is called machine learning. Normally we have to teach, okay, normally you have to teach the patterns of how something has to be learned, but the very concept of machine learning is that the machine learns by itself, right? What does it do? Machine learning is about understanding the training algorithm. It trains itself. Algorithm, as I told you, algorithm is a sequence or a series of steps, and machine learning involves in training the algorithm, trying to understand, acha, this is what they're doing. So from next time, they'll, it is only suggesting. I think all of us have seen that, um, you are on Amazon seeing something and then you left it there and then you went to Instagram. What you saw on Amazon, the ads are popping up straight on Instagram. How? Because, see, of course, you only authorized that earlier when you created the Amazon account. Amazon would like to share your data to other social networking. You said yes, 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 and all of that, right? So this could be the, it depends on what exactly are we talking or trying about. So so this is the whole thing. Machine artificial intelligence exhibited by machine learning concepts, and AI is now one of the fastest growing techniques. There's a short note on AI. You can run through that. One more topic that I would like to discuss here is called blockchain. I hope everybody has heard the concepts of Bitcoin, right? Cryptocurrency or blockchain. Blockchain is nothing but a shared immutable ledger. Ledger, you're all accounting students. Blockchain is a shared immutable. That means nobody in between can tamper, nobody in between can change, nobody in between. Every time any change is made to that block, which is a chain of activity, it keeps adding. So, like, you created a record, you want to delete it. One record, if you delete it, it won't vanish. So one record will be there for creating it, one more record will be there for eliminating it. So that means every time you see, we will be able to understand that, yeah, this is what has happened. Blockchain is a series of blocks. uh, they use, basically, it is for, you can use the concept of blockchain for several things, or so many things, that we use in today's context. Okay, like, say, one of the uh, most rampant places where this is used is the cryptocurrency aspects. Okay, blockchain, it is a shared immutable ledger. That is what it is called as. Shared means it can be shared across. I hope you have heard of words like Bitcoin, Ethereum. Ethereum is one of the largest blockchains, right? What it does, you can, a asset will be created, a digital asset, anything which is tangible, intangible, anything. I think nowadays you must have heard something called as NFTs, non-fungible tokens. Okay. Anyway, I will not, tell you things that are kind of out of loop. That too, when you're doing marathons which are relevant. For example, we'll stick to what these are. Blockchain is basically ideal for delivering some kind of information. Okay, now let's say, for example, a Swiggy order has been made. When was the order made? When did the restaurant accept it? When was the delivery agent assigned? When did he reach there? You're seeing the list of all things, right? A clear record of each flow is there. Same way in bank, you can use blockchain. Create an account. When did they make a transaction? Who made the transaction? What, nobody can go and change or alter it. Okay, it's called a DTL.
Blockchain works on a principle called as distributed ledger technology. Okay, DTL technology, it is called in short, distributed ledger technology. Basically, there is no way how somebody can duplicate a transaction, delete a transaction because of this shared ledger concept. Okay, so initially one record will be created, many people can make amends to that. I'll give you one of the best examples or easiest example, something like a Google document. Okay, now whenever a Google document is circulated to you, you will click on the link and you will fill that form. It stores, now like say I created a Google form and sent it to 500 people. 500 people have not altered my original document. 500 people have created 500 new versions of my document. Understood? So that is what we calls the concept of blockchain. Blockchain is a very wide and interesting topic. You will see more of blockchain's use going forward in the future, right? Trust will be there. Nobody can, like for land documents, the best thing to happen for the future would be when land documents are maintained on blockchain basis, like say land or building documents. Who nowadays there is so much of tampering documents, fake documents, all that problems will be solved. Okay, it's absolutely secure. Now like Bitcoin, it's an encrypted database, right? So there is such high amount of encryption with which it is created that nobody can tamper that, even if somebody does something on that. Now like say one Bitcoin passes to another person who earlier owned it, a record be created. Now currently who owns it, which system they own it, which wallet they keep in, that entire detailing will be there. If you are now not really interested, this is only one small paragraph in your syllabus. If you are interested, what you can do is after your exams are over, of course, come back to YouTube and understand these concepts. How do cryptocurrencies work? How does a blockchain work? Because see, for me also to go out of the topic and explain you things which are interesting but not relevant for the exam doesn't make sense. So yeah, please take care of that. There is also one more topic to follow up to this called as robotic process automation. Nowadays knee replacement surgeries, okay, they're all done using robotic process automation. I mean, the doctor would have already programmed in the entire system as to what he does normally. That entire program is already designed and given to it. So now like it looks very surprising or something like that, but it is not. Robots are performing operations like they're taking care of maternal deliveries. They're also taking of knee replacements. Okay, they're also detecting, like they're adjusting spine, bone marrow. Like that, there are so many things. So RPA is highly used in a medical field right now. Okay, so basically, it is not a robot. Okay, you should remember, it's like recently you would have seen Tesla robots walking. It's not, RPA is not about that. It's a concept. Robotic process automation, the entire process of doing something that will be automated by use of these tools. Okay, uh, don't mistake robotic process automation for robots. That's all I want to say here. Then I think you can, like nowadays we have smart bulbs or smart lights. When you walk, the light will turn on, sensor based lighting, smart parking in almost every vehicle today, high price vehicle, the Kia Seltos, or the, I'm talking even about the base models, right? And then MG Hector. MG Hector has any model of MG. They have all these automatic parking features. Plus Merc, BMW, and that top range cars always they used to have those auto parking features based on sensors. It will only park. Volvo does the best of it. Volvo is considered to be one of the safest cars. All those people, they use all these techniques of very ideal technologies that are being used. I think I have covered so many things. Small topics are there, guys. One last topic that I would like to highlight is how can you use these for marketing and stuff like that. You can go for, I think all of you know that search engine optimization, digital marketing, uh, uh, pay per click, or like on YouTube, number of views or clicks, that basis. So just do me a favor. I think another 20-25 minutes of revision around this chapter towards it, like another 15-20 minutes you spend, that whatever small topics which don't require my detailed explanation, the read and understand kind of topics, you can go through those. Okay, so that brings us to the end of like a marathon. But yeah, of course, I do understand that you might want to gather so many thoughts together and ensure that you are going good with it.
So I don't want to give any big closing notes. All I'm just saying again is, if you have liked the whole entire marathon, do leave a comment, because that will help others to see through that. And you can always reach out to me on my Instagram or Telegram, which has the same handle name, for any sort of doubts. Okay, prepare well, and ensure that you write well also. The more you prepare, the stronger will be your focus. And when you write well, that turns into marks. So guys, I wish you all the very best for your upcoming exams, and I wish you perform really very well. All the best, guys. Thank you.